At Matwa, Panuel Jerusalem, stand to face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barak Yahweh, Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathan Lanawa, Shabbat, Bashalawam, the water, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. The Aliyah Shariah Machad, Psalms 121. Anya Rayam Mayam Yimya Oh Hariam Mayan Yabawa Isaiah Yabawa Maya Howe Shai Shab Shemayam Waratazad Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yala Yanawam Shashwamarka Hanela Yanawam Wala Yishan Shashwamar Yashrele Yahweh Shemaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayub Ya Yim Ya Yawamam Hashamash La Kaya Wayarak La Balayela Yahweh Yashmaria Makam Rai Yashmar Napashe Yahweh Yashmar Hawalakib Wabawa Aya My Fa Wa Aid I Willam Basham Yahweh Shai for water Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall not slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasharallah, Hero Israel. Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Hayya Shanka Yahweh Malakwavka Thaba'a Ratazawanka Hayya Aisha Baratazad Kabashamayim Natalanawa Lakham Yawam Sad Wasalaknawa Kabawaknawa Kasalaknawa Kabawakinawa Wala Abiyarnawa Oh Nisayawan above Hawishinawa Marakayan Laka Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wathaparat Why Walam Aman.
Matthew 6:9. After this manner, therefore, pray, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debtors as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ha'ai Matazawa, the Ten Commandments. La'ab, Yahayab, Lakab, Allahayim, Akharim, Alpanyat, La'ab, thy shad, lakab, pasab, wala'ab, thy bedam, la'ab, thalakwakaf, shamweb, yahaweb, alahayakab, la shawab, zakar, af, hayawam, hashabaf, la kodashwad, kabad, abiyakab, wa amakab, la'ab, tharatazak, la'ab, thana'ab, la'ab, thaganab, la'ab, thainad, shakur, la'ab, thachamad, kod, asherab, lara'ayakab, aman.
Exodus 20:2. I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the land itself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold it guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord bless the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother, that the days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Amen. Yeshua, be seated. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asheraneth, and now Paria Gapan Tuara Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Af Yashara. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. At my wild, Panuay Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Agado, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawa'eh, Al-Yawan, Malak, Shal, Shemayim, Warataza, Wakao, Dabarim, Kayayam, Wagam, Hamashiach, Mayahawa, Rawanawa, Ahamnawa, Apaleb, Yawaitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Baratazawan, Ainka, Yashala, Zarnawa, Bana, what's up? Yashala, oh, Nanawa, Yam Yan, Aifa, Kayawumyam, Makwadam, Babakusha, Shalak, Mike Allah, what as Wadak, Alahayim, La Maganawa, Raparnawa, Washamar, Ilnawa, Bakwa, Shalak, Haroka, Shao, Yawashai, Lanawa, Lalabanawa, Rabiam, Kakama, Fabawana, what a Shao the Barka Basham Yawashai the water them yet why will Aman. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember us, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, Most High, we beg you, right now like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us, to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hatawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us life to see. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Award, Lara Awath. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Quran, Hayot, La Korab, Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayef, Lamashak, Yasher Allah. Yishabu, be seated. Okay, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom everybody here in the Philly school. Shalom everybody watching on live stream, and Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Feel free to post in the chat or say something in teleconference if we can't be heard. Welcome to Charlotte Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that so-called Black, Latin, Native Americans found throughout North Central South America and the Caribbean mainly are the 12 tribes of Israel, once lost, now found. That we fall into a lower state politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God found in the Bible given to us by Moses. And that we come out of this lower state that we fall into as a people by turning back to these commandments we broke, by following Jesus Christ as our example, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy. And as regularly scheduled, we go through a Sabbath service. Today, we're going to be going through Ecclesiasticus 29 and 30. Once again, Ecclesiasticus 29 and 30. Those chapters are going to be our reading for today. Also known as Sirach. We're going through the history of this book, if you don't know already. About, or such as say, it's composed by 3 generations of sons, right? A man named Jesus, or Yahushua in the Hebrew, his son Sirach, and then he had a son of the same name, Yahushua. So it's 3 generations of compiling this together, and finally with the grandson, he put the last finishing touches and arranged it all into the beautiful book that we have now called Ecclesiasticus, which is known in Israel as the jewel box, right? Because there's so many jewels in it, the way it's written and how beautiful it is. And there's different links we can pull throughout the 66 books that connect with it, and you can even link it up with itself. So Ecclesiasticus has its own links and also links to the rest of the Bible too, when you understand it and are able to rightly divide it. So I'm Nabi Azra Babal. I have the privilege of doing the service today. It's right down for your records that today is, according to Gregorian calendar, May 8th, 2021. But according to the Hebrew calendar, it would be the first month and the 26th day. Okay? First month and the 26th day. Because if we remember, we kept our closing of the Feast of Unleavened Bread Sunday night going into Monday night, right? So, it's always the 21st day of the month. So you count from then till Friday night to Saturday night that we're in right now, that puts us in the 26th day of the month, as far as where we're currently at. So let's go to Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29, and verse 1, which, if we remember in our notes for what we read last time, we were touching on some things pertaining to economics and finance and how to deal with your neighbor concerning those things. And we're going to get a little bit more of that going forward in this chapter too. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and verse 1 reads, "He that is merciful will lend unto his neighbor, and he that strengtheneth his hand keepeth the commandments." Right? So talking about he is doing what? Or that is what is described as what? Being merciful. One of the fruits of the Spirit, mercy. What will this he do? He will lend unto his neighbor. According to the scriptures, who is your neighbor? Right? Read the Bible. The scriptures tell us that our neighbor is what? Our brother or sister. And our brother or sister, according to the scriptures, is a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman. Remember, within the context of when we read the law, it's spoken from a standpoint of us being in the land of Israel, being within our respective inheritance, or being, say, a stranger to the Commonwealth, and what we would do, how we would function, interacting with our brother or sister that may be a part of a certain inheritance. So look at the old maps, we'll see, okay, we have Judah here in the south, as well as Simeon. Go a little further up, you got Benjamin, right? That's where we got the capital city, Jerusalem, right? And you go towards the east, you see Reuben, right? And you see Gad, right? And their plots of land. So we always want to think of the law from like that standpoint, how we will function in the land, right? Within our respective inheritance. Because anytime you hear neighbor, you just think, oh, it could be anybody, right? Because in Babylon the Great, the place of our captivity, yeah, it may be us around us, but maybe other nations too, right? We might, been blessed to where we can live in a higher end neighborhood where it's more strangers, unfortunately, than Israel, right? But in the context of the scriptures, we're talking about us and our land and how we interact with each other and the things the Most High has blessed us with as far as our possession. Most of the law comes from that standpoint. But to link with what we're reading here in verse 1 and also in verse 2, let me read verse 2. It says, "Lend to thy neighbor in time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due season." So if you have, and your neighbor doesn't have, use your means to help out your neighbor, right? And do it to the best of your ability, right? Don't go above and beyond what you can help to where now you become indebted. But if you have the means, help your neighbor out. Going above and beyond what you can do, we're going to get there as you read down. But for verses 1 and 2, let's just link this. We could link this with Leviticus. Just write these down. Leviticus chapter 25. I'm just going to read verse 35. Just write that down in your notes. And feel free, Akim Kanyan, to add any other edification or quote any verses as you feel the need. So Leviticus 25 and 35, it reads in verse 35. And it reads, and if thy brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. So even saying, if he be one that has need, meaning he doesn't have a land to fall back on that can rear up cattle or grow certain crops or grow trees, grow orchards, right? Or other things that you can use to nourish yourself and to bring in revenue with, right? For your neighbor, your brother or sister who's a stranger or sojourner, this stranger sojourner, of course, being your neighbor, your brother or sister, who may not have a land to call their own, but they just may be coming out of town to travel to come to Israel, right? And they, in this context, they don't have as much. So it's saying that you should relieve your brother or your sister. Like I was saying earlier, just get this as a reference. Leviticus chapter 19. Leviticus chapter 19. In verse 17. And then next to that, just put neighbor, which reads, Leviticus 19:17. It says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. It says, thou shalt not anywise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Right? Showing that your neighbor is your brother, right? It's saying you shouldn't allow sin upon him if you see your neighbor saying or doing something that's off. Because hating your neighbor, your brother or sister, would mean that you wouldn't correct them. You would just let them stay in their ignorance and do things to continually destroy themselves. And then for your brother, write this down as a reference, and then we'll continue on. Deuteronomy chapter 15. Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 12, in case there's a question about, well, who's my brother? Right? So that's one of our milk topics, right? Who's your neighbor? Who's your brother? Being able to break that down, because that comes up a lot when we're out there teaching. People will bring that question to us. I see your hand. This is Deuteronomy 15 and 12. It reads, and if thy brother, then it says, an Hebrew man or an Hebrew woman be sold unto thee and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. So it's going to the law of the manservant and the maidservant being of your nation. But I'm quoting this mainly to show the first precept, which says, and if thy brother an Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, showing you that, it's not, brotherhood like we see in so-called Christianity, where you say, everybody's your brother. If you believe on Jesus, we're all brothers, right? That's not what this is talking about. What was your question or comment?
Ecclesiasticus 29. Oh, shoot. No, we're going to read it later on. But Psalm 37:21, it said, the wicked borroweth and pay it not again, but the righteous show mercy and give it.
I got that as a link for verse 3. No, it's all good. So with what you just quoted, I'm actually linking that with verse 3, but now I have to read it because you did. So all praises. All praises. So so we got Leviticus 25:35, and then its references. We read 19 and 17 of Leviticus, and then also Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 12. So the key is to let the Most High speak for you as much as you can, so that you are justified in thy sayings and overcome when thou art judged, right? That's what's key. Neighbor. This one's talking about your brothers. So now this is verse 3. So verse 3, back in Ecclesiasticus 29, it reads, keep thy word and deal faithfully with him, and thou shalt always find the thing that is necessary for thee. Right? So once again, as the Khan read already, I linked Psalms 37, and you said verse 21?
Yeah, 21.
So let me get this also to link with that. To link with 29 and 3. Deuteronomy 28, and verse 12. Like I said, just write it down, but I'll read it. Deuteronomy 28 and verse 12, which reads, the Lord, or Yahweh, shall open unto thee his good treasure. It says, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. It says, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Part of the blessing, the Most High said that what? He would increase us, right? As far as blessing us with rain in due season so that our crops can grow up strong, our orchards can grow up strong, our cattle can be nourished, right? As far as them having the water that they need, and anything else the Most High may have blessed us with, right? And it says, we shall lend to many nations and shall not borrow. So that's what the Most High intended. But if we didn't keep it, the Most High would what? Flip this around. He would reverse it, which you read that and actually in verse 44 of this same chapter. This chapter is going into the blessing and the curse of if we kept the law as a nation and if we broke the law as a nation, what will happen? That's where it says in Deuteronomy 28 and 44, it says, he, which above is talking about the stranger, or this context talking about a Gentile, an actual heathen, not our own people. He, the stranger, says, shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Right? But now, even with this, though, and we're going to read this as well, but to link it up with what we're going to read as we go further down, it's going to also talk about how we function just within Israel in general, right? If we be increased or not, but especially if we be in the land and we have a brother, sister that comes from out of town, may not have an inheritance to call his or her own, but they're in need. You having an inheritance, right? Having resources, how should you deal with your brother? But I'm going to get a verse that deals with that later on. So you can link those two. So let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 29. Let's continue on in verse 4. Trying to cut this one. Let me cut it. Okay, there we go. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and 4 reads, many, when a thing was lent them, reckon it to be found, and put them to trouble that help them, right? So we don't want to consciously do this, right? We may have a situation where we may be boggled down and we may forget. But even the scriptures have a verse that helps with that too, right? Because sometimes a debt that's owed can escape one's mind, right? That's another situation. But as far as you now not escaping your mind and you now willingly hold back, that's now where you really get into trouble. And that's what this is talking about. Where it says they'll reckon it to be found, like, oh yeah, I just came upon this, and yeah, it's mine, as opposed to my brother, sister helped me out with this. And now I'm indebted to him or her, and I need to make it good. So you quoted, like I said, 37:21 earlier. You could link that with this too, where it talks about the wicked borroweth, right, and payeth it not back. We don't want to be in that category. Also, too, you could link with this James chapter 2. James chapter 2, and I'm going to read 15 and also verse 16. James chapter 2, verses 15 and 16. Which James is after Hebrews. James 2 and 15, it reads, if a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, so they lack their necessity, right? Remember the curse, Deuteronomy 28:48 tells us what? As part of the curse, it says what? We shall suffer before our enemies in hunger and thirst and nakedness and want of all things, right? So we see that here. It says, if a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, verse 16, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled. Notwithstanding, ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doeth it profit? Right? It's like, don't tell me, oh, good luck and, many blessings, when it's like, clearly, you can see I'm not even blessed in the basic way now. I don't even have clothes to clothe me, right? And it's cold. Or my belly is, growling. I don't even have food, to put my stomach for today, let alone tomorrow. Right? So, don't talk this way to people. You're trying to cheer them up, but clearly they got nothing to be cheerful for. Especially when it comes to this, when it says that they just don't even have their necessity. So yeah, it's James 2, 15 and 16. So don't do that. So once again, back in 29 and 4, you could also link this with 12 and 7, Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 and verse 7 as well. Well, chapter 12, verses 1 down to 7, right, where it talks about, as we read this previously, it talks about how to deal with your neighbor, that's without. And from a place of righteousness, not so much, any old body, but you deal with your neighbor according to righteousness. Now, if they're in the world, they have to temper that with, their spiritual need as opposed to their physical need, right? Where you provide their physical need, but you acknowledge that their spiritual need has a higher importance. But now, both of you guys know the truth, and that's where this will come in. Ecclesiasticus 12 and 1, it says, when thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shalt thou be thankful for thy benefits. And it says, do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense or payback. This is not from him, yet from the Most High. So it comes back around. Even if it may not come back around from that brother or sister you help. That's doing the right thing or trying their best to do the right thing, as opposed to a brother or sister who's just out there in the world, right? Who comes on hard times, but it's they don't even have that hedge because they're not even willingly following the Most High due to either ignorance or just being rebellious. It says, verse 3, there can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth no alms. So no good can come to this person who's doing wickedness, right? And even if it does, it's like a crapshoot, right? It comes and goes, right? It's like luck of the draw, right? But you don't even have that comfort to fall back on when it comes to the Most High's blessing. Because you gotta, like they say, sleep with one eye open. You never knew who might be coming for you because of how much wickedness you've done either to yourself or how you wronged others. Verse 4, 12 and 4 of Ecclesiasticus. Give to the godly man and help not the sinner. Verse 5, do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread and give it not unto him, lest he overmaster thee thereby. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him. So just recapping why the first verse says, no tomb thou doest it, which is why it's so important for us to do the same thing. No, verse 4. I'm linking it with Ecclesiasticus 12:1 down to 7. Sorry, give me a sec here. Okay, so I got you on the three-way, brother, so hopefully you can hear us now.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you on the teleconference. All right, so let's...
Okay, so what I have to do is just push
star 6 to mute and then star 6 to unmute. If you have a question or a comment. And just star 6 again if you want to say, if you need something repeated. Come. So Ecclesiasticus 12, it says, I'll read verse 5 again. It says, do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, give it not unto him, lest he overmaster thee thereby. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him. Right? That's what we were saying before. Your priority for our people that are wicked, we don't know if they're ignorant or rebellious. This here is someone who's clearly rebellious who knows. That's the first thing you want to give to them, right? You want to make sure they at least know the truth, right? Because we're under that curse. Like it says in Deuteronomy 28 and 28, the Most High will smite us with madness, blindness, and astonishment of heart. A lot of people don't even know what the truth is, right? And them doing evil in their mind, they feel like, oh, that's just the way to be, it's the way to live, because they may not have seen anything better. Sometimes they may have a certain level of awareness of what's right and wrong, but according to a standard that comes from the world. So that's where the spiritual alms and physical alms, they both are important. But the spiritual alms being more important, especially now, because we got a lot of our brothers and sisters that are in ignorance. I see your hand. Let me just finish this up, and then I'll give it to you. So it says in verse 6, for the Most High hateth sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. Right? So the Most High hates wickedness, he hates sinners, right? Meaning those that commit sin. It says he will repay or pay back vengeance unto the ungodly, which our hope is that we don't become part of that, now that we've been called into this truth, and that we stay striving to do better. That we don't go back into the world and be grouped up with them, the other nations, as well as the 2/3 of our people, wherever they may be, that are scheduled for destruction. And keep them against the mighty day of their punishment, right? That day when Christ makes a second coming. That's going to be the ultimate day. But we know we can face that judgment even before then, right? Before the big day. Most High can come see us right now, right? If he sees fit and take us out for something we may say or do. And finally, in verse 7, give unto the good and help not the sinner. What was your comment before we continue?
The comment is based on verse 4. Pretty much for those who don't understand the scriptures and what it's about. Right now, based on what we reading here in the current, and if we put this in modern day context, this is dealing with the law of finance. This is finance in the Bible. So if anybody wants to find out about lending and borrowing, that's the chapter that you come to find out how that should be done correctly according to the laws in the scripture. Those are laws of finance that we're reading about right here in this chapter in the Bible. For example, when it says, many when a thing was lent them, reckon it to be found and put them to trouble that beheld them. So the key to borrowing, when you are the borrower, you want to always be able to go back to the lender when you fall into trouble. So the key to borrow is to pay back when the loan is due. So you don't want to put the borrower in trouble, right? By keeping the money that you promised to pay when the loan is due and you don't pay it back. So you were in trouble at one point, so you don't want to put the lender into trouble at the same time. So when the loan comes due, just pay it so that when you have problem again, you can always go back to that lender, because the lender cash crop or whatever resources will be replenished so that they can have to lend other people. So that's the position of the lender. Because you're not the only one that's gonna fall into problem. The poor not necessarily mean poor in terms of this poor meaning mostly like a needy. Somebody will find himself needing in position of need at a certain time in their life, then they go to the borrower to borrow, to the lender to borrow. So when the loan comes due, you promise to pay back at this time, make sure you pay it so that it go back to the lender, so the lender can have resources to lend to somebody else that might have needs. So you don't want to put the lender into trouble.
Come.
And you can include Ecclesiasticus 27:2 also.
What does it say?
Which says Ecclesiasticus 27:2, it says, as a nail sticketh fast between the joining of the stones, so doth sin stick close between buying and selling. Between buying and selling the commerce,
Right. It's like many borrowers ask for a loan, but they put into trouble those who help them. So the goal is not to, put the person that helped you into trouble, but to help the person help you resolve your situation at the time. The key is when the loan comes due, as agreed on the document or whatever verbal agreement that we have, we pay it back so that the lender can be replenished for a time of trouble for somebody else. Or you can go back when you have a problem again.
Okay. So we got a 27:2 to add to that. Okay. Did you want to bring anything else out about that verse, or sin sticking close to buying and selling, how it connects with this?
Yeah, when you're buying and selling, sometimes it's like a lot of, like especially like growing up, in the West Indies, they buy bulk. A lot of the smaller stores they buy bulk, and they sell it by the pound, or something. They rob you, like that, just to make a profit. They're in business to make money, and you don't have like exactly like scale at home. You can say, oh, I need a pound of this and this and that, or such, and they're gonna scoop up X amount and give it to you. Okay. False balances.
Okay. And we know the law addresses that too, as far as doing business with your brother or sister, right? And how to not do that as far as the false balance. So that's good. But let's continue on. Ecclesiasticus 29. Let's read verse 5 now. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and verse 5, it says, till he have received, he will kiss a man's hand. So now it's going into the scenario, right? So that you don't end up like Kambakwa was talking about, where you can't even go back to that lender because you already know you're on bad terms because you didn't do your best. Once you did get on the up and up to pay that lender of your brother, your lender back, it says, till he have received, he will kiss a man's hand, and for his neighbor's money, which we're talking about the same thing as far as dealing with your brother, your neighbor, same thing. For his neighbor's money, he will speak submissively. But when he should repay, he will prolong the time and return words of grief and complain of the time. Oh, you caught me at a bad time. And oh man, I can't do it because reason A, reason B, reason C, right? Always find a reason to say why you can't pay it back. But when you want to get, but don't want to give, that's when oh, hey, how you doing? You're nice. You want to come off a certain way so that you get what you want. But how are you going to do that? But then when it comes time for you to pay back so that the person that helped you gets what they want, now all of a sudden, you change up. So that's what this is speaking on, right? So this is timeless wisdom in the scriptures, right? Yeah, we may be in 2021, but people are still people. Ownership is still ownership, and helping out your brother and morality and everything around revolves around it. It's still here. It hasn't changed. It's something that's kind of funny to me. They talk about technology changing the future, right? Yeah, it does as far as the medium for how we may communicate. But the morality is still morality. If people are still selfish, if they're still jerks, a-holes, any other expletive you want to say, technology is not going to fix that. All it's going to do is just enable it. But they say, technology will save us. When really, it's your soul, your mind, and how you treat yourself, how you treat others, and the things that they have. That's what saves you, whether it's then or now. And it says, reading on in verse 6, if he prevail, he shall hardly receive the half, and will count it as if he had found it, like we read in verse 4, right? Not as though someone actually, like you were saying, gave from what they had to help. They just act like, oh, I just came on good times, I've been blessed, as opposed to, not recognizing that the Most High used this person to bless you. And they have a need as well. It says, as if he had found it. If not, verse 6, he had deprived him of his money, and he had gotten him an enemy without cause. Because now, like you were talking about, they didn't honor the agreement, right? When you got blessed later on, you didn't hook the lender back up, which is your neighbor, your brother. Now you are at odds or at variance now with your neighbor, your brother. It says, he payeth him with cursings and railings, and for honor he will pay him disgrace. Right? So this is what now breaks down. And this is why it's so important when it comes to the law, when you really examine it. It shows us how to function as an individual, as a family, as a community, right? It gives you the guideline. Even though it may be difficult at times to do, you at least have the guideline here as far as how to function, and the Most High gives us the warning if we don't apply it, the problems that it leads to, like we see here. It says in verse 7, many therefore have refused to lend for other men's ill dealing, fearing to be defrauded, right? So that's where we know, like we were saying, like we always talk about when it comes to charity, right? We want to be mindful, as wise as possible, but at the same time, don't become bitter if we become, misused or abused by our brothers, such especially, whether they be in the world or in the truth, especially if they're in the truth, because you might have a bad experience with trying to help out someone that was in need, right? That's in the world. Now you may come across another brother or sister the following day, the following week, the following month, right? Give or take, with the Most High decide the time frame. And now you come to the conclusion of, I don't help out people because last time I helped somebody out, bad experience X happened, or horrible experience Y happened. So now that's why I don't want to help people out. You want to be careful not to fall into that trap. Keep every new brother or sister that you may come across, or new situation you come across, concerning your brother or sister in need as a new case. Don't let that bad experience then prevent you from helping out the next brother or sister who's sincere and who is willing to make it good when they're in a better spot. Don't just put everybody in that bad category. I'm glad it says this here in the verse, because if we're not careful, we can fall into this trap too. So once again in 7, and I'll read on in 8. Many therefore have refused to lend for other men's ill dealing, fearing to be defrauded. Verse 8, yet have thou patience with a man in poor estate, and delay not to show him mercy. Right? So grant your neighbor that's in poor estate, that's in a lowly position, right? That's without power, whatever form it may be. Don't delay to show him mercy. Because remember, these characteristics, these character traits that Christ exhibits, mercy being one of them. Remember, these are not just ours; these are the Most High's. Right? The Most High has blessed us with His character traits. He wants us to exhibit these character traits with one another, so that the Most High can be more than willing to exhibit those character traits towards us and show us, I say you dealt with your brother or sister. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to show mercy unto you, given your situation. And we're not doing it just to get the payback, but it's a beautiful thing when the payback does come back around, because the Most High sees what we're doing, how we're doing it concerning our brother and sister in need, and then most importantly, He sees why we're doing it, our motivation behind it, to help our brother, because we can. So the Most High will be more than willing to show mercy for that brother or sister that does that.
And also, add on to what you just said, it's like when somebody defraud your funding as a brother or sister, be mindful of what happened to you with that person, the situation, how it plays out. At the same time, don't break the laws of lending, because it's a responsibility of those who have to lend to those who don't have. But analyze everybody case by case, because you're still gonna have people who have bad situation, and they humbly need help. So don't let the bad situation that happened with that one person deter you from observing that law of lending to your own people once they're in need. But analyze the situation of each and every individual, their ability to repay. Right, what they doing? That's why you see sometimes lenders never stop lending. They tighten up their game, so they make it more strict for you to get funding right when you need help, because of bad dealing they have in the past with other people. So it's the same thing in our law right here, dealing with finance and other people and our people. Don't judge their situation based on the other situation, but keep in mind, watch everybody that you're gonna lend resources. Doesn't have to do with money, but in our case, in this time we live in, as brothers and sisters in Israel, we deal with mostly cash money, right? Funding, right? So be circumspect of everybody, but don't hold anybody responsible because of somebody else's bad behavior in terms of dealing. So deal with everybody on a case by case basis, because if you withhold your hand, in itself, that's breaking the law. So you gotta continue to keep the law, but be mindful of how you do it.
Come. And it's funny. It's almost like a reflection of, just judgment in general. Respect of persons, right? Bribes. It's connected to where you don't show preference to one versus the other. You treat everybody as their own individual case based on what they're saying or doing. You judge according to that, because you can break the whole nation down like that, especially if you're in a position of authority and you withhold your hand just because of one bad experience. Now you hurt yourself in the end, because you're hurting the entire nation. Like I said in the beginning of the service, think of it from the context of us being in the land, in our inheritance, right? Us functioning day in and day out when it comes to conducting business.
And also ask questions, right? Don't fall into, man, he's an Israelite, let me lend to him. No, it doesn't work that way. Right? It doesn't work that way. You got to ask questions, because if you don't ask questions, you already set yourself up, because if something come later, you can't come back because you did not ask the proper question. How are you gonna be paid? What you gonna do with the money? Because that's the same question Esau asked when they lending you money.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to an Israelite, when you ask them a question, then they get upset. Yo, brother, I need some money. Why you gotta ask me all that question?
Right. Why you gotta treat me like that?
Why you gotta treat me like that? Right? But it's a question of principle. That's the way things work. It's nothing against you. It's not I'm trying to get into your business.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to make sure that you have the ability to be paid so that you don't fall into trouble and mess yourself up, right? Breaking the law and mess me up to lend to other people that may have needs later on.
Right. And see, that implies to them, oh, you're trying to say I don't deserve it.
Right.
It's like, well, maybe that's why I'm asking the question. That's we read earlier, Ecclesiasticus 12:1. You know, when thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest. How do you know? Ask, like you said, ask questions. What do you need? Okay. Well, why do you need it? You know, how soon do you need it? Right. Whatever W that is appropriate. Right. You definitely want to find out who the person is and are they reputable, because usually with Israel it'll be known about a person, right? So-and-so, he's got an addiction problem. Or so-and-so actually ran into some hard times with, his job, and that's why he's in trouble. So it's like, oh, okay. Now you have more to work with when it comes to making that decision. Let me read this in the law. Deuteronomy 15, you can link this with verse 9. Deuteronomy 15, 7, I'm going to read down to 11. Deuteronomy 15 and 7, it says, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land which Yahweh thy power giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. So this is all just was already written before, but we can clearly see in Ecclesiasticus they're writing with this in mind in the law.
You know what?
You can write in your notes 7 down to 11. It says in verse 8, thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanteth. And here, wanteth doesn't mean I want this much. This want means to lack. This is Deuteronomy 15, 7 to 11. And I'm linking it with verse 9 of Ecclesiasticus 29. So number one, in the scriptures, in the Old English, it could mean I want this. It also means I lack this. You say wanting, you're lacking. Verse 9, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him naught, and he cry unto Yahweh against thee, and it be sin unto thee. So he's coming righteously, 7 to 11. If he come righteously to thee and he have need, and you deny him being wicked, and he goes to the Most High, now the Most High can come visit you. So you want to not have that spirit. And at the same time, if you can't control it, you can't control it. But don't, become a banqueter upon borrowing, because other scriptures talk about that too. You lead a beggar's life and you play the game to where you're going to go and ask your brother or sister for something just because, oh, it's the year release. I'm asking right now, so now I know I can get away with it scot-free. As opposed to, okay, I know I had this need before. Let me just come genuinely, as opposed to trying to game the system, game the law. So it goes both ways. So you don't want to be sin unto you or sin unto he or she who has the power to help you. It says in verse 10, thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him. Because for that, this thing, Yahweh thy power shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto. So it's like a cycle. Give and take, and as we give and take from each other, we do it the right way, the Most High can give to us, right? Because we don't take from him because he has everything anyway. He can give to us when he sees how we deal with our brother and sister. But check out verse 11. This is what I was talking about earlier. It says, for the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. So the Most High will have us be in situations or circumstances, right? Be it we have an inheritance, maybe we don't, maybe you're a stranger or a sojourner. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're righteous or wicked because you have or don't have. What makes you righteous or wicked is how you deal when you have, how you deal when you don't have, right? And how you deal with your brother, sister who may not have an inheritance, who may be a stranger or a sojourner, right? That's what you're going to be held to. That's the measure that you're going to be measured against, right? So it's not about rich or poor. Okay, I'm wicked because I'm poor. I'm righteous because I'm rich, right? Because you could be rich or poor, and you could be righteous or wicked on both sides of the fence. What determines whether or not you get that blessing from the Most High is how you function, having or not having. So the Most High has this situation just as a means to put us to the test, to make sure we're going to follow the law accordingly, whether we're that person who may have come from an inheritance in Israel, wherever tribe we are, that have means, or with that stranger or sojourner who may not have as much, right? That's coming from out of, far away, and then coming into the land and coming across your brother or sister that has. Or it could be, you might come across your brother or sister somewhere else. It could be in the land of their captivity, and the Most High may have blessed them even in the captivity to where now they have a lot. Because you had, certain of our people that, had wealth, say in Babylon, or that had wealth in Assyria, or had wealth in Egypt, any other place we may have been captive before, just like now in America. Some of us have more than others. But the law still stands. We got to make sure we exercise it properly. As far as what we do, how we go about doing it, most importantly, why we do it, right? For the love of our brother and sister, right? Not just because I'm doing it so that I can get something back in the future, because you sincerely want to make sure your brothers and sisters are right, as if it was you.
And also, we got to keep in mind when the scripture is talking about poor, scripture is talking about those who are going to be in need, right, in different categories. But in the category of the scripture, it's not somebody who have nothing, who don't have clothing and shelter for a long period of time and live a life of a beggar. That's not what the scripture is talking about. Scripture is talking about somebody who's in need for a season. He might have need. He may not be somebody who have a lot of resources, but at some time he might fall into hard time, right? Because the Most High is not promoting, being poor and not have anything at all to survive. That wouldn't be like the Most High, right? It's somebody who in need, right, for a certain time, and he cannot maintain, his normal way of life with food, clothing, and shelter, and fall into hard time. Then that person you should lend to them. And also, I wanted to touch on Ecclesiastes 7 and 12.
To link with verse 9.
And when I say that, also, case in point, the Most I say, you don't want to live a life of a beggar. And then when we talk about poor in this society, usually they might think it's somebody who has nothing at all. Ecclesiastes 7 and 12 says, "For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense." Right? So usually Esau and also in the churches, they would pretty much encourage our people to live a life of, a resignation, meaning to accept the fact that you're in a bad situation, right? To accept the fact that, you don't have. All you got to do is, that's why we have churches all across our neighborhood. Instead of they tell us that, listen, you got to do like the scripture says, you have to work, right? You have to provide for yourself, because that's defense against evil, right? So instead of doing that, they take you to church and say, raise your hand up and praise God, things gonna be all right, right? They don't tell you to go and work and provide for your family, provide for yourself. And then they pretty much, go all across our nation. So money is a defense, right? So you need resources to live. And if we don't have resources, how can we pay tithes? The Most High would not even, bring in tithes if it's okay. You don't have to work. So that's why tithes is there. Is just to show that the Most High has blessed you, so you can pay tithe, or you can bring your offering. You can bring this, right? So so that our people don't fall into that trap, right? Of not wanting one of the things that the Most High give us is the law of working, to provide. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. That's commandments. Right? 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. So the Most High make sure that it's so important. You put in 6 days that you could work. Right? So if we don't implement that, that's breaking the law that the Most High instituted. So if people following Christianity and tell them to go to church, if you don't have a job, come to church 7 days a week. So if you tell me to come to church 7 days a week, come in the morning, in the afternoon, we're gonna have the service. Right? And they know you're not working, they're not encouraging you to go to work. Right? So now 5 days you're in the church. You spend 6 days in the church, and then they tell you to go to church and pray. So that's breaking the law. You got to be at work at that time.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the churches. It seems like, depending on which one you go to, like you do see the scenario you just described, but you also see the scenario of, the people that are working, right? Certain churches that, kind of gotten, a nice following. They'll have, job programs or training programs they may connect you to, so that you can increase in, America, so they can get those extra ties. But then for the folks that they do help out, if they don't already have resources already, right? As far as that higher clientele church membership, they'll demand a tenth on top of a tenth, right? For, the building fund and this fund and that fund, which, that's not wicked. We wouldn't call it a tithe, right? You might just say to the congregation, we're trying to do this. Whatever you can do on top of, like a free will offering. But now they'll go and just change the whole thing up and say, 20%, 30%, 40%. That's what we demand. And you do that, the Most High will bless you because, God's working through me and blah, blah, blah. So they'll seek out the people who are putting in that work, right? Whether they be, like a sole proprietor, or they might have a small business, medium-sized business, right? So that they can get those resources to do what they want, as opposed to really truly have it trickle down to create other programs for people who may not have as much. They'll intentionally seek out those congregate members, try to get more of those congregate members that are in the higher tax bracket. Right?
So usually those would be the one that's they take as a deacon. Because those people who are in the higher tax bracket, that's actually working, putting the fund in the system, they'll be the deacon. And they'll tell you, man, when they look at the list, how much you contribute, that's how you're gonna win your position. And they tell you, man, you got called one day, they call you in the office. You got called, God, bless you. Now you've been called for that position. It's because you've been consistent, bringing the money in. So now they want to make sure that they keep you in, because that money gonna benefit the pastors' ends, because that money is set.
Right.
That fund is set there. But for the lower people, it's like the God didn't call them. So why they, the person being diligent, but because it's lower state, they not gonna, give him that position.
Right. And then they recruit the deacon into their way of thinking and say, yeah, see, look, you could be where I'm at, if you just stay the course. And the folks who really, really need the most constructive help, they're the ones that are really, truly breaking bank. You show those footage where you see the people coming up, throwing money at the pulpit and going down and, going up, throwing money on there. And you see the people that are doing it, it's just like, can they afford to give as much as they're giving? So it's like taking a good thing and then misusing it due to the people's ignorance. It's kind of messed up. It's like, levels of ignorance that you'll see in the Christian church when it comes to the, tithes and how they'll use it. But we know when it comes to the law, the law is supposed to be kept in all aspects, right? It's not just supposed to be a thing of convenience for you and what you want. And the select few, like we were talking about, the select few that you decide to elevate to help support your enterprise. But sadly, that's how the law is used and misused. But here's a callback real quick. We were reading this during the closing, right? Matthew 26, 10 and 11. Matthew chapter 26, verses 10 and 11, which says, when Jesus, or Yahushua, understood it, he said unto them, why trouble you the woman? Right, referring to the sister Mary who had the precious spikenard ointment, right? He poured it on Christ's head, and they were saying, this thing is very valuable. We could have used it to sell on the market, right? So he's saying, why trouble you the woman? For she have wrought a good work upon me. And in verse 11, I'm reading this because it's connects to Deuteronomy 15 about how we'll always have poor in the land. Just as an exercise to say, if you are yourself a poor or you yourself are rich and you're dealing with someone on the opposite end, are you going to deal according to my commandments? So even Christ is saying here in verse 11, for you have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. He's telling them, you have to go back up to the Father eventually. But you see even Christ echo that, which you see already in the law, right? As far as you can always have the poor with you. The question is, how do you deal with those that are poor? According to what principles? And when we look at any empire, past, present, we can always look at, how that empire dealt with those who needed the most help in their particular, setup. And however they did that throughout the years of their reign is usually a reflection of how long they were able to last, right? Because what you'll see is, empires rise and fall due to ill dealings. But you always look at that particular category. You don't really hear about it too much, but if you search for it, you can find it. You look up, say, Esau as the Romans, Esau as the Greeks, the Medes, the Persians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, whoever else. Look at how they dealt with their poor, how they dealt with those who had the most need, and what was the culture that they promulgated during the times of their reign. So these things are important, and we see in the law the Most High makes this very important for us that we deal with this accordingly, and that we don't get away with that at least for too long. That we get the lash if we abuse each other. So Ecclesiasticus 29, let's read on in verse 10. It says in verse 10, loose thy money for thy brother and thy friend, and let it not rust under a stone to be lost. It's pretty much saying the same thing. If you have it, allow it to help out your brother, sister who has need. Don't let it just, rust underneath your pillow. You got it, but no one else can have it. They call it hoarding, right? Don't hoard your resources. And I know Solomon talks about that too, right? In the Proverbs, where he's like, let me get the verse real quick. Link this with verse 10. I didn't have it in my notes originally, but then I'm thinking of it. Let me pull it. So let's add this one for verse 10 real quick. This is in Proverbs. I believe it's 13, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I can always use a concordance to look it up. Let's see. Proverbs. Let's see. I think I remember the words. It says, scatter and increase. Okay, chapter 11. Here we go. 11 through 13 is just a lot of the financial stuff in the Proverbs, those chapters. But yeah, Proverbs 11 and 24 to link with 29 and 10. So Proverbs 11 and 24, and it reads, there is that scattereth and yet increaseth. There is that withholdeth more than is meet or right, but it tendeth to poverty. Right? So Solomon is talking about that wisdom of, if you have, use what you have to grow or to increase more. Right? Even someone who may be in need, by you enable them through lending them, you can actually get them in motion to where they can now start to increase too, which creates more opportunity. So, it's like the long-term thinking behind lending. You might be losing something now, but consider what you're going to gain in the future, individually and just, collectively as a group. So Solomon's speaking to this here. Because you would think, like, oh, I'm scattering, I mean, I'm losing what I have, my seed, my resources, my whatever, I'm scattering. But it increases because now you're enabling others to partake in that, and that they can have a livelihood and they can do what they do best to create value. So yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, you can link that with verse 10. Let me go back to Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus 29, in verse 11. Ecclesiastes 29, verse 11 reads, so let me just add this, 29 and 10, and adding Proverbs 11:24. So 29 and verse 11, it reads, lay up thy treasure according to the commandments or the laws of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Right? So how do we lay up according to righteousness? Christ gives us some examples. So 29 and 11, we can certainly link Matthew chapter 6. We can write down 19 through 21, which I'll read briefly to link with verse 11. So Matthew chapter 6 and 19, this being part of what they call the Beatitudes. It's right after the Beatitudes, but it's part of the Sermon on the Mount, the famous Sermon on the Mount that even the so-called Christians talk about. But you know the truth and read that again, you see just how many nuggets are there. So Matthew chapter 6 and 19 reads, lay up not for yourselves treasures upon earth where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Verse 20, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. So read this with understanding. He's not saying that you don't lay up anything on the earth. What he's saying is put your priority on laying up those things that are in heaven. What are the spiritual riches compared to physical riches, right? Because we can speak to physical riches, right? We know about power, right? Whether it's money, whether it's resources, living or non-living, plants, animals, minerals, whether it's land, whether we're talking about land, it can be, irrigated for crops, or they have trees to cut down for lumber. We're talking about rivers that can transport things, or ports where we can trade. We're talking about people power, right? Meaning, you got people that are be a part of your workforce or part of your army, right? But we're talking about spiritual treasure, which deals with what? The fruits of the Spirit, right? The commandments of God, right? Which are like the branches on the tree of life, and the fruits of the Spirit being the fruits that grow on that tree. So we're talking about laying up faith, laying up patience, laying up experience, laying up brotherly kindness, meekness, right? Peace, charity, joy, right? These are the things that we want to lay up. These are the things that make us better, increase our character to be more Christ-like. We lay those things up, those other physical things will come, right? They'll definitely come in due time, and we'll have it. And when we get those physical things with the characteristics of Christ in us, those fruits of the Spirit, we'll know how to use those things constructively, not destructively. We'll know how to use the world and not abuse it.
Let's quote a scripture on Psalm 112, verse 5.
It's linking with 11.
Yeah. Okay. From 8 to 11 could be between those 8 or 11 could be linked. Psalm 112 and verse 5 read, a good man showing favor and lendeth. He will guide his affairs with discretion. Right? So when you look at that scripture, a good man showeth favor and lendeth, and most importantly, he will do it with discretion, meaning with godly, righteous judgment. Right? He would not go on based on negative emotion. Somebody show up and crying, not paying attention to what's at hand and look at the bigger picture, But God, go into emotion and just godly men doesn't work that way. They do it based on law, based on judgment that pertaining to that situation. The law pertaining to that situation. How do I deal with this? Right? So he does it. When he lands, he does it with discretion. And one of the key to what we bring it out is proper management of whatever resources that the Most High puts. It could be a gift. It could be resources, tangible resources, but most importantly, spiritual, like you bring it out, Khan, spiritual riches. Right? But the spiritual riches, when people say God, treasure on earth and treasure in heaven, where would the kingdom be? The kingdom will be on earth. But the heaven is mostly a mindset of the fruit of the Spirit and how it will be established in righteousness, like how it should be done correctly. Right? That's pretty much the fruit of the Spirit. The fruit of the Spirit is for things to be done correctly, even when the heaven is established on earth, so it can be done on earth correctly. Right? Some people want to separate, the earthly things versus the heavenly things. That's fine. But those of us who understand what it's about, it's pretty much everything's going to be done here. Pretty much saying everything should be done accordingly. So let me read this in management real quick. Right? So properly managing resources. It says the effective, efficiency, correct, and timely use of another person's property and resources for the purpose for which they were delegated with a view to producing the added value back to the person. So which means everything belongs to the Most High. Our goal here is to manage the Most High resources correctly, right? So that when the Most High comes back and says, oh man, you will manage pretty good, then you will be in that position because of your good work and good management according to righteousness. So that's pretty much what it's about, is managing resource, manage the Most High's resources correctly for the benefit of his own people, but to live it better than, how you got it.
That was the definition of resource management.
Go ahead.
Cool. All right, good stuff.
Similar to the talents.
Yeah. That
Matthew
parable.
6 and 40.
That parable speaks to it. Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, sorry. You got another
Matthew
verse?
6 and 40.
Okay.
No, let me read that. Because when we look at it, the kingdom is a government and it's management, right? Mm-hmm. It's not just utopian, what people make it sound to be. Everything's gonna be, okay, but it's gonna be under management, under government. But the government has to manage everything according to righteousness, and that's what's not being done here. And we wanted something different that is being managed correctly. Matthew 6 and 40 reads. So I'll get the other scripture.
What's you know what it says?
It's a Yahushua's example of marriage.
Like, how's it worded, the verse?
I think when he was feeding the people, he made them sit in bands, and then those in numbers here, those in numbers there, and then he distributed. And at the end, he made them take the rest, the residue and everything back.
It's one of those. The kingdom of heaven is likened unto. He says that. It's one of those. Just trying to think of how to search it in the concordance. Yeah.
When he was feeding them with the
fish. Yeah. I think you're in the right place. That's chapter. I know John 6 is the bread. 5 loaves. It was around the same time of the Sermon on the Mount. I know that. Let me see. 5 loaves. Just did a search on 5 loaves. I got maybe you want Mark chapter 6?
John 6:13.
Because I think Matthew 14 is where it has that miracle happens, but in Mark chapter 6 is where the miracle happens, as far as the 5 loaves.
Yeah, 6 and 40. Mark 6 and 40. I have it marked here.
Gotcha. There we go. Yeah, I do the same thing. I have the right chapter and verse, the wrong book.
I have John 6:13. 12 baskets.
Oh, you wanna what's that called again?
Oh, John 6:13. It says, therefore they gathered them together and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the 5 barley loaves which remained over and above unto them that had eaten.
St. John 6:13. Okay. Along with Mark 6:40. Good. I got 2 more for this verse 11. Oh, 6:40. Okay. You do that first, and then I'll read my other verses.
Right. And Matthew 6:40 reads, and they sat down.
Five loaves, 2 fishes.
Like the whole how he managed to do the whole thing, like managing, and then how he thanked the Most High for allowing him to before he distribute, then he prayed to the Most High, and then the whole thing is just managing everything correctly. But he knows that he was there to do a mission, and he was teaching them a lesson on management, how everything should be done correctly. And thank the Most High. He knows he's gonna do it, but he knows everything belongs to the Most High, so he thanked the Most High before he do it for allowing him to do what he's about to do. So, and they sat down in ranks by hundreds, right? They sat down in ranks by hundred. He makes sure he measured everybody and have them sit down in by hundreds and by 50s. And when we had taken 5 loaves, the 2 fishes, he looked up to heaven. So now he's gonna thank the Most High for allowing him to be over his sheep that he's about to feed right now. But before he do it, he has to thank the Most High, right? For allowing him to use his resources, because everything is the Most High. It says he took the loaf, looked up in heaven, and blessed and break the loaf and gave them to his disciple to set before them. So now, at the same time, he didn't tell them to come and get them. He made sure he delegate, to the disciple to go and serve those people in delegation. You know what I mean? So he had them there. He delegate them to serve the people. And it says that's management, right? It's and the 2 fishes divided he among them all, and they did eat and were filled. And they took up 12 baskets full of the fragment. Instead of they just finish eating and just leave everything there, he makes sure that everything clean up everything and then fill up all the baskets. Right? He didn't say what they're gonna do with it, but he showed there's no waste, there's no pick up everything. And of the fishes, and they that eat of the loaves were about 5,000 men. So that's pretty much what I wanted to bring out. It's a whole aspect of how he managed to do the whole thing, to righteously and rightly divided the people, and then delegate the disciples to go out and serve them, and then even after that, he had them pick up the slack and everything that was there.
I'm gonna read the same storyline, but in John 6 that y'all can pull, but just with another added twist to it. So this is John 6. John 6 and 26, right? So this is going to add into, as far as for those who are in the truth and the things that we're doing, making sure things are done morally and complete. But Christ says this in John 6:26. Jesus answered them and said, verily, verily, I say unto you, ye seek me, not because ye saw the miracles, but because ye did eat of the loaves and were filled, right? So here are the people that are part of that 5,000 that ate of the fish and ate of the loaves. But not everybody that eat of the fish or eat of the loaves are there for the right purpose, right? Christ knew and saw that and said, listen, you're not seeking me, right, because of the miracles that I performed or for the teachings that I was doing. You only follow me because you did eat bread. You're gaining something from this. You're benefiting on a carnal level. That's why you keep coming after me. Verse 27, labor not for the meat which perisheth, but for the meat which endureth unto everlasting life, which the Son of Man shall give unto you, for him hath God the Father sealed. So don't focus too much on that carnal bread. Don't focus too much on the things that you can get from this world, even if you may be applying and doing certain things morally sound. You need to focus more on that spiritual level, like when it talks about laying up your treasures in heaven, not on earth. Because sometimes people get it misconstrued that you hear, but now you're in here and you're doing certain things, but you're profiting out in the world, and that seems to be great. Oh, see, I came to church and now I'm profiting out in the world, right? That's not what your labor should be. It says in verse 28, then they said unto him, what shall we do that we might work the works of God? So what is it that I got to do now that's more important? Because I'm with you. You feed me, I'm listening to you, but what is it? Verse 29, Jesus answered and said unto them, this is the work of God, that ye believe on him whom he hath sent, right? And we touched on this a little bit in the class this evening as far as for what that belief and what that faith is. It's everything that's pertaining to what's written in the word of the Most High God, which encompasses all of the law, which encompasses the history, which encompasses the fruits of the Spirit, the prophecies. All of these things is how you now begin to apply the works of the Most High. You do that, then you're great. But if you focus on the thing that you can get out of being in here, then it's going to be temporary. Through experience, we've seen that happen. Brothers and sisters come into the truth, and it's good that we can come in fellowship, right? And we're just here together, right? Listen, and then after a while, we sit and we eat, right? You know, it's good to come here and eat. Brothers, some people came for the food. Some people came for the women. Some people just came to be in a building or what have you. That's why you're here, but you're not really here for your house shop. Not really here for the Most High. Focus more on that, and then you will receive all of those blessings and gifts that come with it.
On top of this, right, I'm bring up, you gotta look at when your house shop speak also. There's a way you speak to the multitude. There's a way you speak to the disciples, and there's a way you speak to those that the close ones. That's with them. So it's like there's layers and levels to how you speak to everybody.
It's true.
So it's like when he speaks to the multitude, he may give a parable. He don't break it down for the multitude. When you have with the disciple, then he says something, and then when you with the Paul, Peter,
Peter, James, John.
Yeah, he break it down. So it's like not everybody can get everything he said, but everything is for the layer, depending on how much Most High has been given. It's like Khan bring out some people. It's like they sheep. Some people are real sheep, and that's who Yahushua sent us after. Right? Sometimes we might be in the street. We teaching. We don't know who's who, but we might be teaching a wolf, and we try to convince the wolf to come here. Yeah, they come here, but their heart is not there because they wolves to begin with, right? But all in all, we want them to get it, and we convince them. We come on, man, you gotta come here. You gotta come here. All right, they come in, but their heart is not here. Sooner or later, they're gonna go because they were not really sheep. I always say, my sheep hear my voice. Right? So the sheep, they can fall. They're gonna come back once they hear the voice of the shepherd. They're gonna come back because they lost. So they're looking for a way. But the wolf, they're not looking for a way. Right? That's what most I said. Watch out for the wolves. Of course, sometimes we can bring wolf in here, right? The next thing you know, you wake up next day, a sheep head gets slaughtered. Right? Because he's a wolf, he takes some sheep and slaughtered them. But all in all, in our ignorance, we don't even know it was a wolf. But that was a wolf that we bring in. But in our mind, it's just like we got sheep in here. It's all sheep. But you got some wolf in the middle.
Yeah, they got the sheep's clothes on real good.
Right.
And it's crazy because, like you said, the wolf can be consciously doing it. Sometimes, like you said, the wolf don't even know they're a wolf until the situation arises and it just comes at them. You know what I mean? Like they may not even been their plan, but they really didn't know what was already in them, that wickedness, until a situation arose to where it came out. And it's like, oh, damn, I am the wolf. Yes, that's crazy. It got me thinking about, I don't know if I can say that for everybody, but maybe certain brothers in certain camps. Remember, it was hitting up everybody, right? Like all the different camps at that time in the late 2000s. The old Gentiles can be saved. We had some that just were sincerely thinking that they were just getting new understanding, and others who, you know, they might have had something in them where it was like, let me capitalize on this so I can get a name for myself, pull somebody away from these congregations to go in this direction. And, you know, looking back from that time on now, we can see, you know, who was sincere, who wasn't, you know, who was just pretty much called at that point. Okay, we're called to come in, but like Christ said, few were chosen. And our hope is that, you know, because we know it's not over. There's going to be new doctrines, new waves coming in to tempt whatever congregations may be now. And, you know, God forbid, you know, us here right now, some of us may be taken out the zone. You know, we say, oh man, I was so close. I was coming around the final stretch, and then right before I got to the finish line, you know, I twisted my ankle. Christ came back a couple years later, and I was like, you were right there, you know. So it ain't over till it's over. But you know, it's the condition of the battle. So that was St. John 6:26, and you stopped where?
No, I read 26 to 29.
All right, got it. 26 to 29, good. All right, good stuff, Akin. Let's continue on. Back in Ecclesiasticus 29. Let's read 12 now. Ecclesiasticus 29 and 12, which reads, it says, shut up alms in thy storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction. I'm back in Ecclesiasticus 29, now in verse 12. How you doing? So Ecclesiasticus 29 and 12, it says, shut up thine alms in thy storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction. And for the sister just joined us, Shalom, which just means peace. We're reading in Ecclesiasticus 29 and 30. I'm not sure if on your app you have the Apocrypha. We're reading from the Apocrypha, which was originally part of the King James Version. I have an extra one if you want to use this. Probably be easiest to use this hands-on. Well, yeah, when you go into the Apocrypha, it was originally part of the King James translation, the 1611 version. Like this version I have here has the Apocrypha inside it. But we try to read from the King James version because it's the best translation from the original Hebrew. It's the best translation from the original Hebrew and Greek, because we try to always go according to the word as best we can. Right now we're going through like a Sabbath service lesson where we go through a certain set of chapters and get the understanding on them. During the week, during the class, we do a lot more Q&A, because as we go through things, some things might be confusing. Like, why did he do that? Why did he say that? Right? Just if you could note that in your notes. And then like after we finish the service, we can't go into it now. We can address those questions that you may have about certain things that we read. Yeah, we try to function as our namesake, the Congregation of Israel, or we like to refer to this as a Bible school, because when it comes to a lot of the congregations that we may have grown up going to, like in the Baptist denomination or the Pentecostal denomination, or whatever denomination we may have grown up in, when we came to who were church-going folk, it's usually a different format in the churches where the pastor might read from a certain section, and most of the congregation just listens, or they may listen and read along. Whereas with the school, we more so function to edify. The scripture is going to where Paul says, "Let all things be done unto edifying," meaning I don't want anything that I'm bringing out up here to be missed on the congregation. As far as this verse we read, what it means, what's taking place in the verse, right? Where did it happen? When did it happen? Right? Whatever questions we may have about it. So that's what we try to say. We try to say we're a Bible school where we deal with Bible scholarship, as opposed to strictly, just motivation and feel good and clap hands, because you might be confused. Okay, there's no band, there's no music, there's no choir. Like, what's going on, right? But the Bible itself is considered a song, right? Metaphorically, because the message of this song is supposed to be our salvation. And what that really means. When I say us, I'm talking about so-called Black, Latin, and Native Americans, because according to the Bible, we actually make up the 12 tribes of Israel. We were once lost, and now we're found. At least some of us are found. So now we're coming back to that knowledge. But yeah, we're in Ecclesiasticus 29. We're reading verses 11 and 12, and sometimes we'll get links that go into the 66 books as well, or what we would call Genesis to Revelation. Does she have a King James version with 66? Okay. I know she had it on her phone, but she had like a hard copy too. But Ecclesiasticus 29. Before I read 12 again, I just want to get these to link with this. Luke 12. So Luke, it's in the Gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke. I'm going to get Luke chapter 12. I'm going to start from 13 and read down to 21. So Luke chapter 12, in verse 13, like I said, it's write it down in your notes. Luke 12 and 13, it reads, "And one of the company said unto him, Master, speak to my brother, that he may divide the inheritance with me." So when you read in Luke, this is taking place during the time of Christ, when Christ is out there doing his ministry back in Israel, namely in Judea and Galilee. And people were coming to Christ, asked him different questions. So he had some brothers that asked him this question. They said, "Speak to my brother, he may divide the inheritance with me." Because you go into our history, before we were brought into captivity in different lands, like right now, most of us are here in the Americas, North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. Our ancestors lived in the land of Israel. You look at old maps, different tribes had a different plot of land. Kind of like today, where we might buy like a house or get a house through the bank, make it a deed, right? Back then we had land, right? And acres in some cases, right? And it belonged to different families of Israel. Whether you came from the tribe of Judah, tribe of Simeon, tribe of Benjamin, tribe of Reuben, right? You had a certain plot of land that was yours. So that inheritance will be passed down to the children of that particular family. So starting on the time of Joshua and Moses, when we first took over that land to make it our own, each generation would inherit it from their parents. So these two brothers are going to Christ, trying to ask his help to solve this dispute they're having. Because typically you read in the scriptures, the firstborn of a couple, they will be the one to get the lion's share of the blessing. But you would still divvy up between the other sons and daughters, right? So they said, divide inheritance. He said, Master, speak to my brother that he may divide the inheritance with me. It says in verse 14, and he said unto him, so is Christ responding back, man, who made me a judge or a divider over you? Right? So he responded back, who made me a judge or a divider over you? Right? To decide how to handle this. And we know Christ ultimately is a judge as far as, his role in, amongst the powers that be in heaven, the Most High notwithstanding, because he's at his right hand. But there's a reason why he said this. There's a reason why we're going to talk about it. It says in verse 15, he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. So now he's going to see their situation, see what the question had come with them. And it's just like, now when people come to us for advice or for counsel, for questions about anything, there's a question folks have, but then it's also how they ask it, and then there's also why they ask it, right? For brother or sister who has more wisdom, they tend to be looking at all three of those, especially the why, to where sometimes someone has one question, but then you realize in your wisdom, your experience, you're asking this, but we really need to cover something else first. Right? You're asking this question, but you really are based on your question, you're missing something. Let's talk about this first.
It's a parable, right? It's a parable. I would like to know what it means, what the parable means.
Oh, we're about to get
I
it.
have an idea of what it means. So I want to know what you say it means.
Well, it's not so much about what I say it means, but it's more so about what's the Heavenly Father intending it to mean for us. The reason why I say that is, right, the reason why I say that is because what we oftentimes see is, and we see this in our churches that we grow up in a lot of times, just in our culture in general, this whole idea of, share your truth, right? My truth, your truth, his truth, her truth. Whereas in the scriptures, it's just the truth. This is what it's saying. This is what it's not saying, And then beyond that, you might have, this is what it's saying maybe on a spiritual level. As far as, what it's saying to you versus what it's saying to me, it should be what the Heavenly Father is intending for this to tell us. But as I read down, we can hopefully get the answer to that as far as what it's talking about. So he's telling us to take heed and beware of covetousness, right? So we know what covetousness is, right? Right? Brothers know what covetousness is, right? You covet? Okay. It's part of the 10 Commandments, right? To covet after what your neighbor, your brother or sister has. He says, a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. So he's saying that your life is not in the things that you possess or that you own. Be it, back then, or now, land, property, cars, horses, cattle, right? If you're a farmer, clothes, whatever it may be. That's not what your life is. But now let's get that parable in verse 16. It says, and he spake a parable unto them, saying, the ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully, and he thought within himself, saying, what shall I do, because I have no room where to bestow my fruits? So the man in the story, he's been blessed, right? He has a certain plot of land, it's growing, it's yielding its increase, but he's got a lot of excess. He's trying to figure out what to do with all this extra that I have left over. I don't have enough place to store it. 18, and he said, this will I do, I will put down my barns and build greater, and there will I bestow all my fruits and my goods. So he said, I'm going to build a barn, a storehouse to put my extras in. It says in verse 19, and I will say to my soul, this is still the rich man talking, with himself, like trying to figure out what to do. He says, I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years. Eat, take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry. Right? So we all have a soul, right? And let's deal with the scriptures or deal with, some kind of spirituality would say that. Everyone in the world may not believe that, but it's true, right? And when we talk about our soul, when it comes to the spirit realm, that's the commodity that has the most value. Like down here, right? You could turn on, the CNBC, right? And you see them looking at different companies, right? And, Bitcoin is worth this, or, oranges are worth this, or this company is worth this much per share, right? In the heavens with the angels, the Elohim, and the Most High in Christ, the souls are which are in the way our ticker symbols, which are us. And our value of our soul is determined basically by the fruit of the Spirit. You're familiar with the fruit of the Spirit? Paul and Peter talk about, right? So those things and how strong we are in those, like faith, meekness, brotherly kindness, charity, love, right? These kinds of things. Those things can go up and down with us, depending on how we, things we go through and how we respond to our situations, right? If we increase our faith or lose our faith, if we increase our patience, lose our patience, increase our brotherly kindness, lose our brotherly kindness, right? That's how our souls are, in a sense, measured, right? So he's talking about this concerning his soul, saying, yeah, I have all this physical stuff, I'm going to lay it up and I'm going to be good to go, right? But now it says in verse 20, but God said unto him, thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee. Then who shall those things be which thou hast provided? So he's telling this man, yeah, you make it so much about the things that you have, but now the thing that matters most that you didn't even consider, I'm coming for that. Because the Heavenly Father, he decides when we live or die, right? Regardless of what physicians do or how well we eat or circumstances, we can play it as safe as we like, but when it's our day to go, it's our day to go. So he's telling him, this night I require your soul. And he says, who should those things be which thou hast provided, all those things that you have? Then finally in verse 21, where he concludes, Christ says, so is he that layeth up treasure for himself and is not rich toward God. Right? So what he's pretty much saying with this story, this parable, is you got to be rich toward God first. And the way we do that is through, like we said earlier, the fruit of the Spirit, right? As far as how you deal with yourself, how you deal with your fellow brothers and sisters, how you deal in the world, right?
I just discovered something. The beginning of the fruit of the Spirit is appreciation. I just soul searched and I found that.
Okay.
It's appreciation. I just
All right. And let me read these real quick since we talked about it, just so that for folks that are listening, they just have an idea. I deal with these two particular scriptures. We can kind of see them listed, but the fruit of the Spirit are throughout the Bible. Let's real quick go to Galatians 5. Galatians chapter 5. You have a pen and paper, right? Okay, let me make sure you have something to take notes with. Galatians chapter 5, and we'll start from 23. So Galatians 5 and 23. So you got it. 22. Galatians 5 and 22, it reads, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith. Verse 23, meekness, temperance, against such there is no law. Right? So the more we increase in these, the richer we are towards God. So when Christ said that, we're not like lost. Like, well, how am I rich toward God, right? He's got everything, he created everything. Like, how can I pay him anything, right? How can I invest, as far as the Spirit? You can't touch it, I can't really grab it. So that's how you do it. So this is Paul talking about the fruit of the Spirit. And then Peter talks about them too. He talks about some other ones and also some of the ones that he mentioned. All but get together, there are about 12 or 13 fruit of the Spirit, right, when you look at them all together. But this is 2 Peter chapter 1. 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 5, and we'll read down to 8. And I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. Miss June, okay. Sister June. So Galatians 5, 22 and 23, but then this is now 2 Peter chapter 1, 5 down to 8. So verse 5 reads, and beside this, giving all diligence. So diligence is another fruit of the Spirit, right? Peter says, add to your faith virtue, right? So now we got virtue. We had faith before in the other list that Paul gave us, but now he mentions virtue, being virtuous. You might remember a famous proverb, right, about the virtuous woman, right? So that's dealing with the fruit of the Spirit when you talk about being virtuous. It says, into virtue, knowledge, right? Which you'll also see in other places, experience, right? Things we learn as we go through things. And, knowledge in this context being used in a constructive fashion, right? There's a such thing as the wisdom and knowledge of this world. Wicked wisdom, wicked knowledge. This is talking about the knowledge according to righteousness. It says in verse 6, and to knowledge, temperance, right? Temperance, being temperate, having control over oneself, control over one's thoughts and feelings, and thereby their actions. Another fruit of the Spirit. Into temperance, patience, right? We saw that in Paul's list, which was long suffering, right? You can see patience and long suffering going hand in hand. And to patience, godliness, right? Which kind of similar to virtue, but deals with, you being or striving to be a more godly man or woman as far as how you conduct yourself. It says into godliness, brotherly kindness. It's so funny because if you go into the Greek, you'll see the word Philadelphia here. People always make jokes about Philly. They go, it's supposed to be the city of brotherly love, but anytime I wave hi to somebody, they give me the mean look. They look back at me like, do I know you? You from my town? I never met you before, right? It's just like, it's supposed to be, city of brotherly love. But that's literally what Philadelphia means, right? It comes from the Greek philos and Delphi, meaning the love of brothers. Anyway, it says, brotherly kindness, then it says the brotherly kindness, charity, right? Which you'll see in some translations as love, right? This charity dealing with, love, but more so the action of love, right? What you do for others. It's kind of a part of what we're talking about today in the Sabbath service. We read verse 8 and then we'll head back. It says, for if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful, see, fruit to the Spirit, in the knowledge of our Lord or Adawan Yahushua Mashiach, which is how you say it in the Hebrew, Lord Jesus Christ. So this is how we're rich toward God once again, right? This is how we're not barren or unfruitful when it comes to our works. We want to have these things going on. But yeah, those are just the two key verses you can read concerning the fruit of the Spirit. They link with what we just read in Luke 12 in that parable that Christ gave us about the man who was physically rich, but didn't really, kind of missed the mark when it came to spiritual riches, which is what we just read. Let me get another link for Ecclesiasticus 29:11. This is in your Apocrypha, that red book I gave you. This is Tobit chapter 4. If you have trouble finding the book, just the table of contents should have the number, or maybe one of the brothers here can just give you the page number. So Tobit chapter 4, I'm going to start from verse 7 and read down to 11. You might want to use an app or this website, King James Bible Online, but you have to go to the KJV link, or I'm not sure if you have an Android or iPhone, but there's an app I like to use that has everything in it. We can find this stuff a lot quicker.
Page 37.
Thank you.
But all in all, like I said, if you can't find something that we're reading, just make sure you jot it down. That's what's key. We can always go over it later. Tobit 4 and 7. So this, when you read here, this is going into a man named Tobit, and he's talking to his son Tobias. They were Israelites of the tribe of Naphtali. Naphtali today, they're what we call the indigenous people that are found in Argentina and Chile, right? In South America, those natives that lived there. But at this time, they were living under the Assyrians in that captivity. So now Tobit is giving his son Tobias advice. So Tobit 4 and 7, he's telling his son, Give alms of thy substance, and when thou givest alms, let not thine eye be envious. Kind of like we read before about, beware of covetousness, right? Because covetousness and enviousness, they can go hand in hand, right? Neither turn thy face from any poor, when the face of God shall not be, and the face of God shall not be turned away from thee, right? So for your brother or sister who's poor, doesn't have, right, as much as you, to give alms of your substance when you have more to provide for them. Because when you do that, he's pretty much telling the son, the Heavenly Father will be more than willing to look out for you, because you looked out for your brother or sister who was in need. It says in verse 8, thou hast abundance, extra, give alms accordingly. If thou have but a little, be not afraid to give according to that little. Sometimes you might have exceeding abundance. Sometimes you might just have a little abundance. You might have an extra, piece of food that you may be enjoying, but you may have had your full, and you got your brother or sister who hasn't had anything. You can say, hey, you know what? For lack of better examples, here's the last piece of chicken. Here you go, brother. Here you go, sister. Right, here's what we got left over. Partake in this. Right? It's still hot. It's still good. So even give that little if you have a little. Then it says in verse 9, for thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity, because things come around and go around, right? Things come in circles, cycles, right? Like the Ecclesiastes 3 in that book by Solomon, he talks about a time and place for all things, right? A time to give, a time to receive, right? A time to put together, a time to break apart. So you have a time where you might be doing well, right? You might be increased as far as your work, your job, whatever it may be. You work for yourself, you work for others, right? Whatever you do. It may come a time when you don't have as much, right? You might be going through a rough patch, right? You may have lost a job due to a layoff or certain circumstances where, if you have your own business, things may dry up. So things will change throughout our life, right? So that's what he's talking about when he says, for thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity. Because in the times when you were doing well and you dealt wisely when you had extra, right? To help out your brother or sister when you could. When it comes time when you have that need of help, what Tobit is telling his son Tobias here is that help will come. The Most High will make sure that you're taken care of too. You're in that same position. It's easy for us to get proud in the moment when we have it, when we're good, right? We just think like, oh, it'll always be this way. Yeah, I'm good. I got extra, money in the bank, I'm good, right? But you may not always be good. Good. Yeah, it's just a matter of we just do like one at a time, or we make a statement, we'll bring certain things out, and then we just call on somebody else. But in the Sabbath service, like I said, this is a little bit different than like a class, where in the class is more of the crowd interaction. Whereas with this, we do that too here. It's more so things pertaining to whatever the reading is that we go through. But during the weekly classes, it's a bit more interactive. Well, I'm just saying that's what we do during the Sabbath. We just usually go through the lesson, and our questions are, if we have questions, they're based on that reading. Like I said, how would you know unless I told you? It could come off as just like, all right, full steam ahead, zip it, But that's what you'll notice when it comes to what we do, at least on Saturdays for the Sabbath service. So in verse 9 again, for thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity. Verse 10, because that alms do deliver from death and suffer not to come into darkness. For alms is a good gift unto all that give it in the sight of the Most High. So he's just emphasizing why alms are good, right? And why alms should be given according to the commandments, according to righteousness. So that's Tobit chapter 4, and we read from 7 to 11. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 29. And the last verse we read is 11, but now we're going to read on in verse 12. And if a brother could provide the page number, that would be quite helpful in case we can't find it. Seven to 11. So you have Ecclesiasticus 29.
I'm listening.
Okay. Someone have a page number you can call out for where we're at?
Let's go back on 88. Page 88.
It would just like for folks to, at least to follow along if they're able to, I don't want to be reading something you think I'm, talking about something else or going some other direction. Okay. So Ecclesiasticus 29, and now I'm in 12. It says, "Shut up alms in thy storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction." Right? So, like we read in Luke chapter 12 about the parable Christ told, it's saying to what? Store up your alms so that you can have them to give in a time of need. And it says that what? It'll deliver you from all affliction, right? Which is one of the types of ways that we're tempted. You read about the temptations of the devil. He tempts in three basic ways, right? He tempts us with either false doctrines. He tempts us with afflictions, right? Should you come at us as far as like may come at us our body, right? We may get some kind of illness, or he'll tempt us affliction as far as the things we have. We may lose a job, or house may burn down, God forbid. Or afflictions will come personally. People that we care about, family, friends, associates, right? Where they may say or do things to make us feel some kind of way, Or they themselves may go through something. They may go through loss or illness. And then that weighs on you. So those are afflictions. So these alms will deliver us from that, right? They'll give us strength against it. 13, it says, "It shall fight for thee against thine enemies better than a mighty shield and strong spear." Once again, still talking about alms. We can link this with Ecclesiasticus, but hold this, go to chapter 40 in verse 24. Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 in verse 24. And just like I said, if you can find it, great. Like I said, I'm glad that you're definitely listening. But all in all, just make sure, this goes for everybody, just make sure you at least write the verse down if you're not able to get it. At least make a note of the verses that we're linking if you can. Ecclesiasticus 40 in verse 24. Which 40 and 24 reads, "Brethren and help are against time of trouble, but alms should deliver more than them both." Right? So the wisdom here is saying that what? If you have brothers, right, that can help you and help, when you're in a time of trouble, they can come to support you, to help you out. We have that tough spot. It says, but alms should deliver more than them both. So just showing the importance of alms. So let's go back to 29. Let's read on in 14. Oh. With 13 or another verse? Oh, going back to 11? Okay.
It's Ecclesiasticus chapter 17 and 22.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, and it reads, "The alms of a man is as a signet with him, and he will keep the good deed of men as the apple of the eye, and give repentance to his sons and daughters." So when you look at the scripture right here, it says the alms of a man is a signet with the Most High. And he will give the good deed of men as the apple of the eye, and give repentance to his sons and daughters. So that's how deep the Most High considered alms. So that's why it says you gotta, out of your good treasure, make sure you have a portion that you have to give alms to your brothers and sisters that may be in need.
Come. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and 11 link up Ecclesiasticus 17 and 11. So 29, 11 link with 17, 11 in your notes. So back in Ecclesiasticus 29, let's read on in 14. Ecclesiasticus 29 and 14, which reads, "An honest man is surety for his neighbor. He that is impudent will forsake him." We got some words here I'm not sure if we know. An honest man is surety. So now we know what surety is, right, in the scriptures? So surety is something like, you could think of it as like insurance or like collateral. What do I mean? Right, but in this context here, right, when we talk about surety for his neighbor, it's not so much that, but it's more like, think of it like collateral or insurance. In other words, if you owe your brother or sister $20, I come on the scene and go, hey, Sister June, I know she owes you 20. I'll make sure that you get that 20. Kind of like an insurance, you get in an accident, the insurance company is surety for you in case you get in an accident. They'll pay the claim for whatever damage. They'll pay the claim for whatever damage happens to your car, right? If you have, say, like collision or liability coverage. So they are surety for you in that case. So that's what surety is when you read the scriptures. It's just, with the Old English, we didn't always use the words the same way, but the concepts are, timeless. But yeah, that's what surety is when you read it in the scriptures. And there's all types of verses that go into, surety, how to use it, when to use it, etc. But like the verse is telling us here, this being an example. It says, "An honest man is surety of his neighbor, but he that is impudent," which impudent, right? We look up that word, just means shameless, right? So someone without shame. It says, "He that is impudent will forsake him," right? So once again, you looking out for your neighbor. And within the context of the verse, this honest man is able to. As you read down, we're going to also find out when you are or when you're not able to, what you should do. Right? The scriptures talk about that also. So if you have the means to step in and say, hey, I'll take care of whatever debt this person has, whatever they owe you, I'll make sure that they can pay it for you. If you can do that, you should do it. That's why I said that honest man. So yeah, just make a note of that. When you see impudent, it just means someone who's shameless. Not a good thing to be impudent, in case we're wondering. But as you read on, it's going to say along those same lines in verse 15. Forget not the friendship of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. Right? So, when it comes to having friends, just make sure you acknowledge that, and you keep an eye up. You check on certain folks, right? Certain friends maybe every week, somewhere every month, or every season, right? You don't always talk to everybody the same way. Still, just try to keep that, that connection. Just say, hey, you want to see how everything was going, right? So forget not thy friendship of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. The scenario always comes to my mind. I think about the town bully or like the gang leader, right? They might be harassing someone that's not as strong as them, saying, yeah, I want you to give me this, that, getting that in the third, and slapping them up, right? And then that kid or whoever, his big brother comes on the scene. He's like, hey, what's going on here? Why you got your hands on my little bro? He's like, your little bro owes me, this, that, and the third. And then the big brother's like, he might look at his brother kind of mad, like, I told you not to go and gamble like that. I told you not to be out here in these streets. All right, I'm going to take care of it, right? Whatever he owes you, I'm good for. Of course, the little brother's thankful, but then at the same time, he might feel a little worried because he's like, oh, man, now my big brother's involved in my foolishness. But his big bro has become surety for his little brother's foolishness in that case. So whatever that little bro owes, big brother's got to make sure he makes it good with the bully, makes it good with the gang leader. Ari Akazakin and Samar.
I was just bringing up a little humor as you said that. I just remember ACL, the big boy had T.I. little brother hit him up. T.I. came over and said, hey, yo, here come little big brother. Something come save you.
Right, exactly.
like speaking in that vein, we collectively had someone who did that for everybody, right? I'm gonna read this in Matthew chapter 20. I'm gonna read two scriptures based on this verse with the surety. This is the book of Matthew chapter 20. And verse 28. Matthew chapter 20 and verse 28. It says, even as the Son of Man, speaking about Christ, came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. Right? So in the same context, when someone is in debt or someone is now at fault for something, your friend or someone who has that position steps in and says, you know what, I'll take that weight. Right? Leave him alone. I'll put it all on me. I got it. I'll repay the debt or I'll do whatever it needs to be done. Right. So where the majority of us should have been the ones who have been put to the stake, Yahushua came and now put himself between us and that judgment that was to come. Right. So here Christ used the word as a ransom, which is almost in line with the same thing. But you could also go to Hebrews chapter 7.
I got that link for verse 20, but it's all good.
Fine. Hebrews chapter 7. And verse 22. Hebrews 7 and 22 says, by so much was Jesus made a surety of a better testament. Right? He was made the surety. He was that ransom. He was that go-between. He's the one that stepped in and took everything on his shoulders for the people. So when we look at that, we have a great example of what that looks like with him. Right? It's not to say that we all want to just go out there and step in front of the firing squad or what have you, but it gives you a context of, for those who you know are trying to do good and who may have fallen short, but you want to help them out, you can be that person to step in and be the mediator between them and whatever debt it is, but then work with that individual and try to help him come up and bring him up to the level where he can sustain himself. That's brotherhood. That's charity. That's alms given to your friends. And then at the same time, for yourself, we now know that that type of deed now covers up a whole bunch of sins and things that we probably had going on. Right? So it kind of works itself hand in hand, and we have a great example to kind of show us how to go about doing it.
Go ahead.
I just want to read Galatians chapter 3 and verse 24. If we were to summarize everything that's in the scripture into one verse, I think this one would be one of them. Because everything we read in the scripture, everything we try to emulate, everything we try to model ourselves after is Yahushua. Right? To bring us to the level of Yahushua mindset. When you read this right here in Galatians, it says, wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ. Right? That would summarize everything that we try to learn, everything we try to be and model ourselves after this. It says, wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ, that we might be justified by faith. So the key is, when Kahan read that scripture, right, it's pretty much remind us of Yahushua, right? So when, even though he may not explicitly say Yahushua, but he's saying our brother, but the way we deal with our brother should emulate how Yahushua would have done it.
Mm-hmm. Right. There's verses that talk about that specifically too.
Right.
Where Christ pretty much says that. He says, you say you love me, you say you love my Father, but you treat your brother horrible. You're like a liar. You're insincere. Don't even talk to me. Don't even pray to me. So you go to your brother and treat him like the same way you talk to me. I want you to talk to your brother the same way. If they're not congruent, they're not doing the same thing. Yeah. So that was Galatians 3 and 24 to link with 29 and 14 of Ecclesiasticus. But that's clear, Sister June. Everything's good so far?
It's
Con.
interesting.
Con. Absolutely.
I love reading the Bible, but I don't, how can I say it? I don't read the Bible as much as I should. But I soul search a lot.
Soul search. Let's definitely talk more about that at a later point. Let's definitely talk more about that at a later point. Con, so Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29, and we're in 15 now. I think I read 15 already. I'll read it again. Forget not the friendship of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. Okay. 16. A sinner will overthrow the good estate of his surety. So now it says a person who's a sinner, which when you read the scriptures, 1 John 3 and 4 in particular, you can just write down in your notes. But 1 John 3 and 4 answers the question that many of our people that call themselves Christians oftentimes can't, which is, what is sin? So ask our people that, what's sin? And they'll say, oh, I paid my taxes on time, or, I made a cake for my new neighbor down the street. I made them, pineapple upside down cake or whatever. Yeah, I'm a good Samaritan, and it's just like, what's that really saying? Like, according to the scriptures, we need something specific. What is a sin? 1 John 3 and 4 makes it very clear when you read that verse what sin actually is.
I was gonna say unrighteousness.
Right.
Sin, all sin is unrighteousness. That's it. Everybody knows the difference between righteousness and unrighteousness.
You sure about that?
Yeah, that's why they go in the dark and do what they have to do. That's why they hide.
But do they know about all righteousness and all unrighteousness?
I didn't think like that.
Okay.
Right, huh?
I got you. And what I'm saying is, I think some do, but not all. And I think some think that they do, but they got no idea. Because what I found is, based on what I know now in the scriptures, what's been shown to me in the scriptures, is you have a lot of folks that claim righteousness is X, Y, Z, but then it's not it. You have a lot of different people that think different ways about what it means to be righteous, whereas the scriptures make it very clear, right? Which is what we always try to do here in this school is to let God be true, every man a liar, like it says in Romans 3 and 4, including us. So we always try to go to the record and find, okay, according to the word, what's considered righteous, what's considered wicked, because it's very it's a fleeting thing, right? It's not really like firm, because look at like the way society is going now, right? More and more different commandments of God are being made to look like they're evil, right? Like say they take homosexuality, for example. The scriptures make it very clear to say a man's not supposed to lay down with mankind as he lied with a woman. And same thing vice versa, women with a man. It says both of them have committed an abomination, right? You read in the scriptures. But now in society, for you to say something like that or quote the Bible verse like that, according to society, now you're unrighteous. You're spreading hate speech. Now you're homophobic, right? You have people that are in Christian denominations that are like, yeah, you're right, come as you are, right? Not to say you're going to, go and just, put people to death like the Old Testament. But as far as principles go, you have certain denominations in Christianity that will teach that, that behavior is acceptable, that you can stay doing that and other things against the scriptures, and that when Christ, when he comes back, that he's going to accept that. So that's why I said, that's a changing thing. You have to take it on a case-by-case basis when it comes to people knowing what it means to do right and do wrong, because it's not going to be consistent through and through, unfortunately. And like we always talk about, we can see it getting worse to where pedophilia. We see a movement now where they're looking to make that now be socially acceptable. And you are weird if you say something against that. They can come with all types of laws that say, oh, a child can consent to this type of relationship with an adult, right? Or bestiality, for example. Scriptures talk about that too, as far as you're not supposed to be with an animal the same way you would be with someone of the opposite sex, right? That's an abomination. But we can see now that now becoming a trend now, where they're going to make in society that that's something that's acceptable. And it shouldn't be a strange thing to us because the powers that be are following that same spirit of ancient Rome and Greece anyway. You go back in history with the Romans and the Grecians, right? That was a normal thing, right? To be with young children, to be with animals, to be with the same sex. So this modern day society is following along those same lines. But now according to them, that's righteous. But not according to you.
My train of thought.
Oh, I mean, even if you're losing your train of thought, I thought the last point you made was pretty clear. And as long as you continue to do that, you won't be too far from the kingdom. As long as you stay on that path. I'm quoting Christ when he says it to the person that when he asked them, what do you do? So that's where we read the verses, and these verses are a tool for examination. Like it tells us in 2 Corinthians 13 and 8, it says, examine yourself whether you be in the faith, prove your own self. And then the scriptures also say in 2 Timothy 3:16, all scripture is given by inspiration of God, and it's profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. So, that's what we always do when we, meditate and pray and try to, draw closer. We always try to make sure that it's according as the scripture has said. So as long as you do that, like I said, you're on your way, because we can always be better. We can always be more Christ-like. It's big shoes to fill, as John the Baptist said, right? Yeah, come. There you go. It's funny you mentioned that, because scriptures talk about that too, as far as resolving issues with your brother and sister, as opposed to running to the law of the unjust, like taking them to people's court or something, running to HR and calling HR and being like, oh, they said this, they said they did this, and now they got a record, HR record. It's like I'm trying to do my job, pay, feed my family. Now, when it comes time for quarterly review, they're going to say, oh, someone called HR on you. So it's like, you got to think about those things when it comes to dealing with your coworkers, like you said. You might have a disagreement, but at the same time, you don't want to keep them from their livelihood. They might have sick parents or something, or ill children. They might need every check they get, So. Okay, come. So, I think we're in 19. Okay.
First John 4, 3 and 4.
You can just write it down, but if you want to read it, you can.
First John chapter 3 verse 4. Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law, for sin is the transgression of the law.
Right. So right there, it lets us know very clearly what sin is. Because once again, we're kind of where we started. That's what that can get lost sometimes, right? Something as simple as that. In that context, talking about God's law. So yeah, that's why we definitely want to make sure anytime we read anything in this book that we don't get it misconstrued, because that can happen. But Ecclesiasticus 29, and we're in 17 now actually, because we just read 16, which says a sinner will overthrow the good estate of his surety. So a sinner or a transgressor of the law overthrow the good of his surety, because because when you sin, it can bring misfortune upon you. And misfortune can cause you to lose, things that you have, your possessions, through the affliction. And now that good estate of your surety goes away. Now, when it comes time to pay the debt, it's like, oh man, I did this wickedness, and the Most High jacked me up and had my storehouse get caught on fire. Now I can't pay the debt. I might be investing in stocks, doing according to righteousness, but then I got some other wickedness in my life. Most High caused the price to drop in my investment. Now I don't have that as like a buffer. I gotta use tap into my savings to put a fire out. Now I don't have that money to pay you back. So saying that can happen. So the incentive being to always be righteous, to the best of your ability. That way you have that as a protection. And you can pay a debt back through a surety if you are surety. If you are the one who's supposed to provide that collateral or that payback for someone's debt. But then it says in 17, he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him in danger that delivered him, right? So for the person who's unthankful, unappreciative of, actually having a brother or sister be surety for them or to provide that collateral for them, right? Says they'll leave them in danger that delivered them, right? So they'll sin, they'll transgress, and then they'll be in a position not to pay their brother or sister back. And that brother or sister might be in need, right? Because they had it. Now they don't because they lend it to you. Now someone else might need help. They want to help the other person, but because you haven't paid them back, they don't have enough extra to pay the next person because of your sin, right? So it's like a circle, right? Where if we're all doing the right thing and trying our best to do the right thing, someone's going to be able to have the means to help somebody in that situation that needs it. They'll come down. It kind of makes you think about it has different names to it, but what's the thing that we used to do before? Some people, I guess, still do it, but like in the neighborhood or the community. Is it pity pat? Not pity pat, but what's the thing where might be a group of 4 or 5 of you, and every month, no, it'll be like every month a person will put in like susu. What's pity? What's pity? Not pity pat. That's something else. It has some other name. But anyway, everybody will each month one person will put a certain amount of money in a coffer. Go around. 200 for you. Next month you get the 200, and then anybody runs in a tight spot, right? They can tap into that and then be good, and then you start it over again. So if you got one person in the circle, or a couple people in the circle that are doing wickedly, and they can't put their 200 in when time comes, then it's just like you hurting all of us now, Come on. I see a hand up.
It's equivalent in our community where we think when we ask somebody for help and they come through, sometimes you think you're outsmart them. Because I had game. That's why I was able to make them help me out. So that's a sense of pride. I mean, you're not thankful that you got rescued in your situation. You feel like it's because you gained the person.
It's not only in that context as well, but with women. I've had a woman say, I took her man, and I'm proud of that. I took her man. And I'm like, do you realize that you took somebody's father, that you took somebody's husband, that you broke up a family? But that pride, like you're saying,
Like they're smart.
They outsmarted, they stole, they did something,
Kind of, and that's another good example of that. And we read a verse earlier where it was talking about earlier on in this chapter where you doing that and you thinking that you, like you said, you got the advantage, but then what ends up happening is that now you end up hurting your neighbor, right? In the process, right? And it says you created pretty much an enemy for nothing. It's like, you mean to tell me there's not other fish in the sea, right? You had to wreck a home. Yeah, but what happens is we can only see what's right in front of us. We can only see our own struggle in that moment. Like you said, we can't see that maybe the Heavenly Father's got something, a blessing for us coming up later on down the pike. But he wants us to he might take something or someone from us just to get us to consider. So that, once again, we can get our fruit of the Spirit right, get our patience on point, our temperance on point, our brotherly kindness on point, because brotherly kindness, if that was there, sisters wouldn't have that motivation.
Yeah.
You get that right, and then it's like, oh, okay. You've learned a thing or two, right? You've matured a little bit. Now the Most High is like, I can trust you now with that blessing. Like you said. It may not pay now, but it might pay in the future. Come. Let's continue on. We are in 18 now. Verse 18 says, suretyship have undone many of good estate, and shaken them as a wave of the sea. Mighty men have it driven from their houses, so that rather mighty men hath it, referring to suretyship, driven from their houses, so that they wandered among strange nations. So this is talking about suretyship and the harm that can cause, right? So this right here is talking about what? Suretyship, how it undone many of good estate, meaning you want to say, okay, I'm going to provide insurance or collateral in case things go wrong. But you do it and you overextend yourself because the person you do it for has some kind of, ill dealings or something going on, or some kind of misfortune now lined up for them because of their poor decision. And now that's not put you in a bind because you said, I'm going to be sure for this person. And then they can't pay it back. So then you can't pay the next person back who needs help. And it's just a trickle down effect of you being now indebted, and you have to give up something, right? They say, oh, you can't pay this. All right, well, we want to take something from you, right? Like if you deal with like the local loan shark, you get money from him, right? And they say, yeah, we'll give you the money, up front. You better be ready to pay the loan shark back when time comes. Otherwise, the loan shark is like, all right, I'm gonna need something else. You don't have anything else to give? All right, I might have to cause you physical harm, right? Because you haven't paid the piper, You haven't paid up as far as your debts are concerned. Hi. So we can think of other examples where this kind of thing takes place. But to link with 29 and 18, we can link this with Proverbs chapter 6, verses 1 to 3. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 1 to 3. It reads, my son, if thou be surety for thy friend, if thou hast stricken thine hand with a stranger, when it says stricken hand or strike hands, right? This is like we do today, right? When you make a deal, right? Sometimes you do like this, right? And then other times you may, people might have you do this, right? Where you make a deal, right? Once you make the deal, you shake the person's hand, right? Like we were talking about earlier, kind of about it could be, contract, it could be verbal, right? You guys come to terms, right? On I'm going to provide this, you provide this. That's our agreement. Boom, right? So you become surety for your friend. He says you strike hands, right? It says you strike hands with a stranger. In verse 2, it says, thou art snared with the words of thy mouth, in case of a verbal agreement, right? Thou art taken with the words of thy mouth. It says, verse 3, do this now, my son, and deliver thyself, when thou art come into the hand of thy friend. Humble thyself and make sure thy friend, right? So if you get caught up out there where you're not able to deliver it, right? It says to what? Go humble thyself and make sure thy friend. So humble thyself and then do what's necessary, of course, within lawful ramifications, right? Don't do anything illegal to make good, because the Most High will definitely find a way for you. Now, people in the world, their backs against the wall, yeah, they'll turn to criminality, right? Due to their lack of creativity. Right? They'll think that they have to turn to criminality in order to pay a debt. We got all types of books and music and movies that depict stuff like this, right? Where you see stories about people doing things they would have never thought they would have because they're in a dire strait. They got family that's sick, hospital bills or whatever it is, and then they say, "All right, let's get together and let's do something we wouldn't normally do. We're going to do a crime, right? Break the law, right, in order to make it good." Like I can already think of like 2 or 3 already, especially like our movies, like the Dead Presidents, or like it was the Set It Off. Remember Set It Off? Right, we probably go down a list of at least 5 to 10 movies, right? Oh, John Q. Wow, right, with the hospital, right, with his son. That's another one. Yeah, so it's like desperate times call for desperate measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but then it lead people to do things you would never imagine, Or our Falcon and Winter Soldier. Right? Well, not to say too much, but a certain character in that show, you see her dealing with that. So yeah. Proverbs 6, 1-3 to link with 29 and 18 of Ecclesiasticus. Let's go back to continue. It says in verse 19, a wicked man transgressing the commandments of the Lord shall fall into suretyships. We already established that, right? Because it's going to be all types of curses on that person. And instead of them lending to many and not borrowing, like we read earlier in Deuteronomy 28, they're going to be ones that are going to have to borrow, and they're not going to be in a position to lend. So it all goes back to the law, and all goes back to the contract the Most High made with us, as far as the blessing and cursing, right? So a wicked man transgressing the commandments of the Lord shall fall into suretyship. So he's going to owe and not be able to pay it. He that undertaketh and followeth other men's business for gain shall fall into suits, right? Which is like we would say like a lawsuit, right? Or a case that you have with somebody to where you're supposed to pay your end of the bargain, but now you can't, right? So you can't file other men's business for gain, right? The business has to be what? Actually doing something that's constructive, productive, right? In order to really, truly have persistent, consistent gain, right? It may start off slow, but it's going to reap its reward, as opposed to, as they say, fast money. Which you oftentimes have you saying or doing something that's not constructive, something that's deconstructive as far as behavior goes. And yeah, you may come up quick, but you'll fall just as hard. To link with, see your hand, hit this link with 19 real quick. Just write down Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 11. Link that with 29 and 19. I didn't think of that earlier. Now I just thought of it. Proverbs 13 and 11, which reads, wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished, but he that gathereth by labor shall increase. See that? So wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished. Vanity means what? Anything that's unprofitable or worthless, right? As far as what its value is. So if you get wealth by doing something that's worthless or unprofitable, right? Which applies to pretty much any illegal activity you can think of, shall be diminished. But then it says, but he that gathereth by labor shall increase. So you do something that's constructive, something that's righteous, and then, like you were talking about earlier, you manage it properly. You arrange your work, in a sequential manner, right? Like it tells you another place in Proverbs. You set everything out before you go and build your house. You get all the materials, lay it out, and then you step by step take those materials and then put them together to yield the final product, right? Gathering by labor, you're going to increase, right? If you do it right, whatever you build is going to last. And then that's going to be able to bring in more revenue, which then can give you means to build more, which will yield revenue. You can build more, and you can keep adding to, as long as you follow that righteous constructive pattern. What was your comment?
It's actually 1 Corinthians 10:13. We got to even the Most High. He's giving us example of he will not give you more than you can handle. You got people who go out and say, man, you got to challenge yourself. So they go and borrow a lot of money. get a project more than they can actually manage, and they turn around having problems to pay back that money, and they get sued. Right? So that's pretty much the case here on this verse like in 19. You will run into trouble when you bite more than you can chew.
Con. I think somebody can relate from the probably you too, Con Bakwa, but the when you talk about like IT, right? Like IT solutions. They develop like an app or like a software suite. They talk about, and then the business model behind developing the software that's delivering whatever product or service it is, usually a service. They talk about scalability, right? Can this software scale to, handle a larger amount of customers, and be able to handle the work put, the input? Do you have the infrastructure in place to make sure that the man this particular application solution provides can actually get what the people are looking for, provide them the service and the quality service that they seek? There's like a whole science behind this when it comes to startup, especially in the IT field. Scalability, can it scale up, based on the model you have, as far as where you start. So, yeah, it's good to sometimes just start small, make sure you work out all the kinks. And then, you might do some testing. You may do like some scenarios, you test it out, and then you say, okay, I think we can go big now, or go bigger, and then work your way up instead of just jumping right in the mix. Kind of says 1 Corinthians 10 and 13. All right, and that links with 19, Ecclesiasticus 28 and 19. I think somebody's phone keeps ringing. I'm not sure whose that is. Okay. So link both of those verses with Ecclesiastes 29 and 19, and let's continue on in verse 20. Just taking this down on my notes. 1 Corinthians 10 and 13. And then Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 11. So Ecclesiastes 29 and 20. Okay, good. Verse 20 reads, help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same. It's kind of unfortunate because I wanted to read the verse right here for what she was talking about. What I was saying earlier, as far as not going above and beyond your strength, which you're able, right? Because what point is it, you got enough for two, then you go and help out three. Now you need help yourself. Now you're going around saying, I need help. And the person you already helped, they can't help because they just got one. But even John the Baptist talks about this. He gives advice on this. So link this with verse 20. So once again, like I forget who said it in the audience, but it's like you just can't help on pure emotion, just the emotion of wanting to see your brother or sister do better. Right? You can't just do that by itself. That can be your motivation. You're still gonna have to combine your compassion with reason to say, is this even feasible for me to even do? And if it's not, you can still have that compassion, but then maybe there's another way. Let's think outside the box. Maybe we can get somebody else involved. Maybe I can lead them in the direction of someone that can actually help them, since I can't. But this is Luke chapter 3. This is a counsel that John the Baptist gave to his disciples. And we're going to see that this counsel's here. We just read in this verse. Luke chapter 3 and verse 10, it says, and the people asked him, saying, what shall we do then? He answered and said unto them, he that hath 2 coats, let him impart to him that have none. And he that have meat, let him do likewise. So check out the wisdom of what John the Baptist said here. He that have 2 coats, right? Let him impart to him that have none, right? But now if he has 1 coat, how can he go and help his brother with one coat? Because if he gives up his one coat, now he's got no coats. Now he's cold. Now he's knocking on doors. Got any extra coats? So even John the Baptist bringing that wisdom out. So this is wisdom that even this is wisdom that John the Baptist is trying to share with the brothers, but if you look very closely, he's making it clear. 2, if you got an extra, provide that extra, but don't get rid of your one that you need. But yeah, that was it. Luke chapter 3, 10 and 11, just as an example. To go with 29 and in verse 20. And then you could also you read it already, so I won't read it again. But I got Hebrews 7:22. But let's link also with this Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and 13. To also go with that verse, and as well as Luke chapter 3, verses 10 and 11. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and 13. It says, be not surety above thy power, and if thou be surety, take care to pay it. So same idea. Don't, try to claim you can provide insurance where you can. Don't go out there and make promises, like, anything that goes wrong, I got it. It's like, okay, you said it with your mouth, make sure you got it. And, really think about it, because there's all types of unforeseens that can happen where you may have only thought, okay, things will get this worse. Then when it actually happens, it's much worse than you considered. Now you're like, oh man, I got to figure out something because I can't do it.
I'm trying to be like sovereign. I'm going to be sovereign.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One of the brothers doing. Yeah. Like I said, the road to hell can be paved with good intentions, Yeah. Like I said, wisdom would say, okay, I got knowledge about how the laws work, but now wisdom would say, from the Most High's perspective, even if you're dealing with, wicked heathen, what will be the wise approach to deal with this, to deal with this debt? Because you'd be surprised, even Esau, wicked as he is, you do a little digging in the right places, you can find all types of loopholes or ways to make something good, all types of help that's out there, grants for this, grants for that. You'd be surprised, and the Most High will direct your paths to actually find a thing. Esau's wicked where he'll only, let his people know about certain things, but the Most High could just direct your steps to find that remedy. If you can't do it, by your own means, you'll be surprised, like, oh wow, I didn't even know about this. But the Most High will show you the way. He can do that for you, even behind enemy lines, like we are here. Where it's like an information war, where the oppressor easily can abuse us just due to our ignorance. So Ecclesiasticus 29 and 21, you were reading this not too long ago, that class you had, Bakwai, when you were talking about basic necessities, right? It says Ecclesiasticus 29 and 21. This is the chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. So this is the food, clothing, shelter in the Bible, right? Food, water, clothing, shelter. And this actually has a counterpart, which is interesting because in the other verse, it's going to refer to some other things with this, which when you read and consider the law and the things we do for like sacrifices, we'll see it includes all the components you need to do sacrifice to the Most High as well. But because, we need to sacrifice to God no matter what, whether we're an individual or we're an entire nation. Everything in between. But Ecclesiasticus 39 and 26 to go with 29 and 21. 39 and 26. It reads, the principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil, and clothing. So this is your top 10 short list. And we see food, clothing, shelter being a part of those. Like I said, if you go through the laws of sacrifice, you'll see that these are like the raw materials that you use to do all those different offerings. It's kind of heavy on the Most High, you know. But the laws He gives us, He wants us to reflect on it, just to consider, wow, the way your law is designed, you make sure that we always are in touch, or that we're always connected with that which truly matters. So that no matter how confusing the enemy may make it, no matter how confusing Babylon gets, we can always fall back on. All right, so I know all these things I'm being told through marketing, through propaganda that I should want and desire. What do I really need? You know, okay, nothing wrong with having wants, but what do I really need? I'm kind of getting lost in the mix here. When you go back to the law and meditate on it, like the scriptures say, day and night, you're always reminded of, okay, this is really what I need, and to make the most out of what I need, and to be happy from that. When you can get to that place of contentment, even with the least, not to say you can't get more, but when you can find that contentment with the least, you're very dangerous. You're very difficult to manipulate by the heathen, because the heathen, they're flesh. They control each other through, you know, bribes and dangling carrots, right? Whereas it's like, oh, I'm okay, you know, I already have my carrot. You know, that makes you very dangerous. They don't like that. You know, but it's the way you're supposed to be as a man or as a woman in righteousness.
It's almost, not almost. The Most High made it, it's a right, right? It's a right to have food. It's a right to have clothing. It's a right to have shelter. That's why we put it where you gotta lend to people in your nation that fall in need of these things to maintain even the basic necessities to live. That's why lending comes in, because it's a right for somebody to eat, have a place to stay, and clothes to put on their back. That's why it says if you have two coats, you give somebody in need of a coat and you ain't got nothing, you got two, you gotta give them one. Mm-hmm. So it's a right. It's like you have to have these things. But he knows also we live in a society that's wicked, that people are even denied those basic necessities by those who have the resources to make sure that those resources are properly distributed where people have those.
Come. Yeah, excellent point. It just shows you the failings of these strange nations, you know, Esau in particular, you know, especially now. Yep.
So that's where righteousness and brotherly love come in. Those people will exercise these things, then the Most High will bless you. Mm-hmm. Because you understand those rights of people, of our people. Then if you have things in your treasury set up for that, they'll bless you. Because you understand even that basic need and necessity need to be met.
Come. And like you said, even if the world's going off, even if you as an individual decide to do right, that's where you and the Most High. You know, He can remote control wicked folks, you know, that are caught up in that madness of not even just doing, like you said, the basic rights that people should have access to. He'll remote control them for your sake, to make sure that you're not. We didn't read it earlier, but it's also in Psalm 37. I think it's verse 25, where He's like, I've been young and now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, and his seed begging bread. So the righteous, even in the world of wickedness, the Most High will find a way for that righteous to have that, like you said, that right to the necessities. So it's beautiful.
Even the blessings that you get from the Most High is not so much to embellish yourself. It's the fact that you understand that basic necessity and you provide things to flow through you to bless, to help those people out.
Right. The verse I read, you can just write it down, Psalms 37 and 25, where it says, I was young, now I'm old, never have I seen the righteous forsaken and his seed begging bread. But that can be a hurt piece for some, right? When you show it to them, because they can feel like, woe is me. I've been through X, Y, Z. I've been out here on these streets, this, that, and the third, right? And I love God. It's just like, How are you loving God? According to who? According to the word or according to mankind? You start going into the exploration, you find out, oh, damn, that's the reason why I've been catching this hell, is because I really, kind of like what the sister was talking about earlier, I haven't really been righteous according to what the Most High sees as righteous. I was righteous in my own eyes, or according to what man told me, according to their belief. So, yeah, it can be a wake-up call for some that have been there, you know? Yeah, but yeah, Psalms 37 and 25, but let's continue on. So verse 22, it says, better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. So along those same lines we've been talking about. When it says a mean cottage, it just means like a humble, a small cottage, right? It's not lavish, you know, but it's got everything that you need, right? It's a rainy day or a stormy day, you'll be good in there, right? It may not be, Donald Trump's, mansion or something, crazy like that. It may not be Rick Ross's mansion down there in ATL, right? That movie we were watching. But it'll take care of what you need. It'll as Esau says, as in the country, it'll get her done, right? So it's better to have or to live in a mean cottage and be poor than to have delicate fare at another man's house, because even though the house is small, it's yours, right? You decide where you go and you decide when you come out, right? You decide whether the thing stays up or if it falls apart. Maybe small, but hey, it's yours, right? It's like the thing we always strive for, right? As we come of age, right? Even in the world, right? It's like, oh man, I can't wait to get out of my parents' house, right? Get a job, figure out something I can do so that I can be on my own, right? A lot of times for our people, the motivation is so that we can get away from our nagging parents or guardians if we had them, right? They're always nagging about this, that, and the third. Now it's good to get autonomy, yes, but maturity, a personal maturity would look and say, okay, what are my parents actually saying or doing that's actually helpful, actually help me out? Because like we see, with these hard times that we're in, especially here in probably the best country in the world, there's a lot of creativity that's needing to be tapped into as far as how to do this thing, as far as how to move on. Because just getting a job at the factory and feeding a family of 5, that's not going to cut it anymore, right? Because the minimum wage is totally far off from the living wage, right? You actually do the math for it. It's like 22 to 25 bucks an hour. That's just for a living wage, compared to them, and patting you on the back and going, "Oh, we give you 15." It's like it's still not enough to live on. So it's like now we're being compelled to be creative to say, "All right, if I'm going to leave home, how do I leave home but do it wisely? Where okay, maybe get a job, stack up enough bread where I can put the down payment on the home, right? And then move out, as opposed to moving out right away, getting an apartment, right, that I can afford and pay it off and try to stack money and it takes me longer to get the house, So there's different ways to skin a cat. Dealing with people who are open-minded and ways of thinking. But the problem is that unless you have those goals in mind that you seek after, and you're striving forward, striving towards them, you can kind of get stuck in that rut to where it's just like, yeah, you've been home a little too long. I always tell folks, they bring that up. I just say, hey, being at home, staying at home with a parent ain't bad if you got a plan, because you save yourself a lot of time. What's wrong with that? The heathen do it all the time, right? The heathen be living in one house, 2 or 3 couples in one house, right? So they can stack their money. One couple shops for food one week, the other couple shops for food the next week. One couple's in the bedroom, the other couple's in the guest room, the other couple is sleeping in the living room, and that's how they do it.
In this section of what we're reading here is the transition from the lending and everything that we've been learning in the previous verses. This one is more so like, while we being righteous, it's important to understand how to live a life of being frugal, right? Make do with what you have. That's what we're gonna read on the other verse, right? Make do with what you have. And we in a society where everybody want to come up and they want to come up fast.
Mm-hmm.
They want to come up fast, and some of them don't even want to work to come up. So they'll come up and get involved in all kinds of stuff, right? Just for a come up. They want to come up quick. They want to get rich quick. That's why a lot of people get caught up in those get rich quick scheme. And next thing you know, they lose money that they didn't have, and they got worse than they started.
Yeah.
Right? So being frugal in a way where you have a job, before you get the job, you already know how much you were gonna pay. You were gonna get paid. So it's good to manage what's coming in, given your circumstance, while you're working your way as you bring it out, right, to something better or better condition, right? Because if we don't learn that, we're gonna always be in control of Esau in managing our emotion and our feelings and everything about us. Our soul is gonna be controlled if we don't understand how to, manage a life of being frugal and understand your situation and live within your means.
Come. The hell with the Joneses. What about you? Yeah, man. So, I'm in the wrong place. So, verse 23, be it little or much, hold thee content, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. Right? Just like you were saying, be content. And I think this is what Paul told Timothy, right? Where he says, I learned how in all ways, in all states, that I am therein to be content. Paul says this in a couple different places. 29.
Let me see one more thing, right?
You're good.
It's like that's where the understanding who we are and understand our identity, right? Because once we understand that, we're not bound by our condition anymore, right? So we can be in the ghetto, but as long as we know who we are, that's not who we are. Yeah, we can cope with situations in the ghetto while we work our way of getting out of it. It's almost like we can be in the ghetto, but we know who we are. We make the difference. So that can never hinder us. Versus when we were in the ghetto and not knowing who we are, we were pretty much stressed by the condition that we're in because we know we're not supposed to live that way, but we're in the condition and we ain't know why we're in the condition.
Right. Well, and the solution that we come up to, the because is short-sighted. The because stops at Esau,
right?
Not realizing Esau is a tool. Right? We say, it's the white man, it's white supremacy. White supremacy, white Esau, that's just the tool. But the root cause is the transgression. Mm-hmm. But 1 Timothy 6 and 6 down to 8 to link with verse 23. Just write it down. 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 6, it says, but godliness with contentment is great gain. So we got two fruits of the spirit here. Godliness as well as contentment, right? With contentment is great gain. It says, verse 7, we brought nothing into this world. It is certain we can carry nothing out. Verse 8, and having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. Let's find a contentment with the necessity and just how beautiful it is that the Most High provides that and that appreciation that comes with accepting that bare necessity. And then from there, anything on top of that, you're definitely going to appreciate it that much more, right? To where people in the world probably look and go, I'm so happy about, with this. Didn't you realize, this is the blessing of the Most High? This is a beautiful thing. They don't see it that way. Just for them, it's always not enough anymore.
And one mistake that we shouldn't make, and I see that over the years, while we content in any condition we in, but know that try to work your way out. Try to work our way out, and don't accept that's how he's supposed to live. Right? Some of us, we in captivity. That's how it's supposed to. Nah, I mean, you understand your situation and you work because, as we reading, money is a defense. So if you become better, that's even help the nation. Then you can have something in your treasury to help those who might be in misfortune. So don't accept it that they understand why you're in the condition. Then work your way out. If the Most High will that you come so that you can come up in a better situation. Not because of yourself alone, but of those around you that may need your help in the future.
Right. Make sure your why is right behind what you do and how you do it. As long as your why is on point according to righteousness, it won't be misconstrued as just selfishness.
Right. Because
I want it for me.
Right. Esau wants you to accept it because that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And all you gotta do is just keep go to church and then raise your hand and then things will be all right. That's how the Most High wanted. Just accept it. And that's the brainwashing way you have us accept the condition that we in.
Yeah, if anything, if you're going to do that, let it be on your own terms, right? If it's you're just trying to get better yourself, right? Because the scriptures talk about that too. There's he that maketh himself poor yet have great riches, right? Or a person who seeks after wisdom may withdraw themselves, like it says in Proverbs. So that's different, right? That's something that's self-will, self-imposed, right? In order to draw close to the Most High in Christ. But as far as you, like you said, taking that attitude where you're just like, oh, well, can't do it anyway because it's Esau's time to rule. It's just like, come on, man. That's the whole point of coming back to the truth. It's like Most High is like, here I am. If you want the spiritual part, you can do it. If you want the physical part, you can do it too, as long as your heart and mind's in the right place. Use me. I'm here. Use me. So that's what we got to do.
One more thing, right? And we might fall into temptation because you would like to have more, but because that is not being exercised, when it comes to the point where all of a sudden you come to certain riches, you get evil. You don't even know how to deal with it, and then that's what happened with a lot of our people. Then they get into a position, then they become corrupt.
Right. To link also with verse 22, you can read not only 1 Timothy 6:6-8, but Philippians 4:11-13 on similar wise. So Philippians chapter 4, it says, not that I speak in respect of want or lack, for I have learned in whatsoever state I am therewith to be content. Verse 12, I know both how to be abased and I know how to abound. And everywhere and in all things I am instructed both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. Verse 13, I can do all things through Christ which strengthens me. So Paul's letting us know here, in all, have your soul, right? Blue collar, white collar, right? Work for somebody else, you work for yourself, you hire people, you create jobs. Make sure you have that which matters most, right? And if you are one that has more, he tells this to Timothy, go to 1 Timothy chapter 6. 1 Timothy chapter 6, in verse 17. This also showing us that what? It's not wicked to be rich. It's all about what you do with those riches. That's what determines. It's just a tool. How you use those riches, it determines whether you're righteous or you're wicked. That's why he even gives this advice in 1 Timothy 6, and I'll start from 17. It says, charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches, but in the living God, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. So it's like the perfect verses for the modern day entrepreneur, right? They may have a moderate to moderate or more success. It says that they do good, that they be rich in good works. There's the spiritual riches again, right? Make sure you got those fruit of the spirit brewing in you, right? Because as long as you have that, like you were saying earlier, you're going to provide those opportunities for those that seek them. You're going to be able to create jobs, right? Not just have a job or own a job, you'll be able to create jobs. It says, trust in uncertain riches. Oh, read that. Verse 18 again. That they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate. And always that last part always makes me think about the Lehman Brothers. Right before they had the Lehman Brothers crash, right? In 2008, They said Richard Fuld, the guy who ran Lehman Brothers, he said he had this elevator that only him took. Right? He was the only person allowed to ride this particular elevator in the building. He had the regular elevator, everybody else. He just had this one that allowed him to go right into the elevator and go right to the top to his, his top floor office. And I just said, man, what kind of message does that send? As far as people that you work for, it's like they feel like, oh man, he's holier than thou. You don't get dead caught in his special elevator. But yeah, it's like it makes you come off as like you're inaccessible. Like celebrity has this whole inaccessibility thing, which to a certain extent we can understand because people are weird. People chase celebrities and do weird stuff. But then there's that other aspect of it where it's just like, yeah, like you really act like you breathe different air, like your ish don't stink. And it's just like you got fans trying to come up and just give you props or just take a picture or get an autograph. And you're just like, get away from me, peasant! Nah, and it's just like they're a small part of why you are so famous. You're so wealthy. Like that's the best you can do. And that's why you always see in the media and like the tabloids, like the cool celebrities, the ones that take pictures and oh yeah, no problem. What do you need? They're always the ones people are like, wow, look at that. They're so down to earth, right? They always say it, so down to earth. Like they're in the earth, but see in their mind, we already got them in heaven, right? They're supposed to be, they're up here, right? Up in the sky. They say, wow, they're so down to earth. I'm so surprised, Famous athlete, famous celebrity, movie star, whatever. They're so down to earth, But that's how we're supposed to be, when we have those riches.
Yeah, they need their space and privacy too, just like everybody else.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Oh.
No, don't be sorry. I was just saying earlier, like I said, a part of it I understand when it comes to you got people out there that are just weird, that are freaks, that chase people down and stuff. And, paparazzi trying to get crazy photos of you just enjoying time with your family. That's what I was talking about when I made that comment. But yeah. But let me finish reading this. It says in verse 19, laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, they may hold into eternal life. So you want that foundation that you build, even in this world, to be able to hold up to the world to come. If anything, everything you build here in Babylon the Great is going to be destroyed. But if you build it according to righteousness, you have that confidence that whatever I'm able to accumulate here, because I'm rich toward God, it's going to transition into the kingdom anyway. So I do the best I can in this world because we don't know how long we're going to be here. As long as I deal with what I have physically righteously, I don't have to be overly concerned about, oh, well, Christ refused me because I had these riches. No, because you dealt with them rightly. So he's going to hook you up in the kingdom anyway, give you a new body and all that.
Right? You need privacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what about your house shop? Right? This guy, people were pressing on him wherever he goes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Wherever he goes, to the point where he said, man, the Son of Man have no place to lay his head because he's always on the road, always working, always doing something. Always close to the people. Right? So the people didn't even come to him, he go to them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the most important figure. That anybody else, any celebrity, you can put them all together, they cannot even amount to Christ.
Exactly.
Right? So I mean, the key is even when somebody become like Christ, it's like everything that you speak in private is the same thing you speak in public. It's almost like you don't even have a private life.
Yeah. Yeah. The only time Christ was actually alone was just like he would go, like, say, into an enclosed place and just pray to the Most High.
Right.
That was the only time. Or anytime he was resting. Even when he was resting, it was like something would happen where he'd get woken up from his sleep, like when he was on the boat.
Right.
The water was all crazy, and they went down. Yo, shout, wake up! He's just like, what's going on? The water. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. All right. Check this out. Be still. Yeah. So
It's almost like those celebrities, they have that thing. They know they really nothing, but they want to keep that distance to make them feel important. You know, aside from the money.
Scarcity mindset.
Right.
But applied in real time to, the flesh as opposed to economics.
And plus insecurity too, even with all that money, they scared that people may harm them and stuff like that because of what they have. And they know what society they live in, things like that. So it's a dog eat dog world, So I gotta watch out. So I gotta watch who I hang around with and this, that, and the third.
Right. Consummate first.
It's like it's a fearful lifestyle, even though you're up there, but you don't have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because I was going to kind of touch on the same thing, but celebrities in society get their fame from frivolous stuff, right? Whether it's they can play basketball or good actors or actresses or whatever it may be, right? Yahweh's fame didn't come from that; it came from his teaching and miracles. So there's a different type of attention that he garnered upon himself, and he was amongst the people. These celebrities that's in the society, they're not amongst the people. They're not touchable. They're not accessible. So when they appear to be, it causes a stir, and then they have to get security. Yahushua, even though he rode with the 12, he was still accessible, and he kind of wanted to be amongst the people. He went to the sinner's house and had dinner with them and things of that nature. So he made himself accessible to those that needed that help, and it was a different type of attention, a different type of celebrity, if you want to use that word, that he received to the point they wanted to make him king, right? He says, hey, they wanted to make him king. He had to get up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So that type of exposure, you can see that it's different with different people, even in the carnal world. There are a few celebrities who made themselves accessible. They could walk down Germantown Avenue and it wouldn't be, like if Floyd did it or something like that. And he can't do it. Whereas another person, maybe like an Ali, who stood for the people to a certain degree, where he can go amongst the people and not feel threatened, not have security, and just get that love, and then the people would be willing to protect them. Right? So Yahushua did it on another level where it was like not only did he garner that attention, but he was now he also had spiritual powers to mentally and then physically heal you. Right? To kind of give you some understanding where you didn't have it before. I'm going to open up your eyes so you can see certain things. Then I'm going to physically heal you and now give you a charge leaving here what you should do. So that type of attention that he received when he walked the earth was so great that we still talk about it now. It's still like the famous most famous person to walk the earth to garner that attention that was in a positive and righteous light. To where now, like it says in the scriptures, even though really going into speaking about us, that it became a light to everybody. Everybody now recognized what happened when he did.
Yeah.
Right? And are trying to now still follow in that pattern to a certain degree, even though it's now watered down with religion, but they're still trying to follow that.
Khan Yalkana.
I just want to read Luke chapter 6, verse 12. Luke chapter 6, verse 12. And it came to pass in those days that he went out into a mountain to pray and continued all night in prayer to God.
Right. That's what I was thinking of. The rare examples of Christ's me time, right? That he got to have, because like your brothers are saying, he rarely ever caught a break. What was that verse again?
Luke 6 and 12.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. Put that in my notes here. Luke 6 and 12. All right, cool. So let's go back. And let's read on in verse 24. 29 and 24, it says, For it is a miserable life to go from house to house, for thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth, right? So you're saying that you don't want to make this a habit, is to go from house to house as a stranger, right? You might, come off as a stranger, or you may not have an inheritance to call your own, right? Okay, we get that. Sometimes it's the case in Israel, but at the same time, you don't want to be going from house to house. As you read on, it's going to be talking about today what we might call someone who's a freeloader, right? Where they go someplace, see if they can stay there for a little bit, not try to, chip in or try to go there and try to call shots. It's just like, oh, you're in my house. You're gonna say this and do this and try to, upend me in my own place of dwelling, right? I gotta let you get here with my family, my servants, right? If I have them. So you have to deal with the rules of the house that you're in, right? It's not yours, right? It only makes sense, right? You have to pay that respect. That's why it says, "Thou darest not open thy mouth," right? It says, verse 25, "Thou shalt entertain and feast and have no thanks. Moreover, thou shalt hear bitter words," right? So it says you hear you having fun and everything, while you're there, but it says no thanks, right? Because as you're there in the house, the person's just like, who invited this guy or this girl? Like, what are they doing here? Right? That's why it says in verse 26, here's the way they can look at you, right? Is you just being a stranger, you just being there to freeload. "Come now, stranger, and furnish the table, and feed me of that thou hast ready. Give place, thou stranger, to an honorable man. My brother cometh to be lodged, and I have need of mine house." So you're always going to be, second fiddle. You're always going to be, last on the list to get any type of preferential treatment, because it's like, you're here, on our bill. Like, at least, try to carry your weight. Like, people that may be in a situation where they might have to move into a house of someone that's wealthy, right? They may say, okay, look, I don't want to burden you guys, but can I just stay in the basement or stay in a little extra room? I'll do this, I'll do that. I have certain skills. I can fix this, I can do that. Like we see it sometimes, like a lot of the Westerns. You got like the traveling lone, whatever, right? He comes into a town, right? He's looking for a place to rest his head. And, the noble, character in those movies, they'll always be like, oh, I just don't want to hang out. Whatever you need, I'll do it. They start doing, yard work or cutting down logs, or they might, provide them or give them safety from the town bully and the town thugs. There's always some kind of service the lone honorable wanderer always provides wherever he goes, right? To where people have questions about him, but it's like they can't say anything bad about him because since he's been here, our lives have become much easier. He's helped us out with so many things. He's fixed things around the house. He's helped us with like I said, the guy, the person in town that comes to strip your money, so you don't want to be there just kicking your feet up. That's pretty much the point of this. Otherwise, expect this to happen to you. Expect you to be talked on, or be dictated to. If you don't find the work to do to help out, they'll find something for you to do, right? You better not be reluctant, because then they'll be like, freeloading so and so. You've been here 3 weeks, how long is he supposed to be struggling for? He's still here. So expect that, if you're this person.
Yeah, this is a small note. 2 Kings 4:9 says, "And she said unto her husband, Behold, now I perceive that this is an holy man of God, which passeth by us continually. Let us make a little chamber, I pray thee, on the wall, and let us set for him a bed, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick. And it shall be when he cometh to us that he shall turn in fit."
There you go. So that person got the red carpet rolled out. And what profit was that for? Elisha, right? So you see, so Elisha actually he provided much value anywhere he went. So it's only natural, right? From spiritual out to physical. So it's just like, it's only natural that people roll out the carpet for someone like him. Even though he may not come from some, wealthy family. He's a man of the Lord, and they can see the Most High is dealing with him. So it's like, oh, let me do this, let me take care of this, let me take care of that for you. Cons, the 2 Kings 4:9, we can link with, go can link this with verse 28, the last verse, which says, "These things are grievous to a man of understanding, the upbraiding of house room and reproaching of the lender." So it's pretty much what this chapter is talking about, right? The upbraiding of house room, which is what we just read about, and then above that, which was the reproaching of the lender. And you holding out on giving that person back what you owe them. So this is sound advice. It's timeless because 2021, right? You still have the reproach of the lender. You still have the upbraiding of house room, right? Especially now. Right? With the COVID-19 out there, it's hard to find, it can be difficult to find certain types of work, So you still got to operate according to wisdom, no matter what's going on. Because you have pestilence in ancient times too. You have famines in ancient times too, just like you're going to have now. But for the righteous, the Most High will always find a way, no matter how wicked the society gets. Thank goodness. But let's read on in chapter 30. Now we're going to shift gears again, but let's read chapter 30 and verse 1. It says, "He that loveth his son causeth him oft to feel the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end." Right? So this is talking about what? Spare the rod, right? Spoil the child, as the proverb says. We can link this with Proverbs 13 and 24. Proverbs 13 and 24, which says, "He that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes," which just means early, right? So the whole idea is to what? Provide correction, right? To your offspring. Teach them the way, the proper way, right? Don't let them get away with, what do you call it? When it comes to their words and deeds, make sure that they walk and talk circumspect, not as fools, but as wise, right? Because you don't want them coming of age and then now they can't even function out in the world, right? Anywhere they go, they create enemies. Right? You want to raise up a child to be valuable, to know proper principles and sound ways to conduct themselves. Like I said, it all really comes down to words and deeds, right? The measure of any brother or sister's character is their words and their deeds, right? And the scriptures give us guidance as far as how to speak. The scriptures give us guidance when it comes to, how to make decisions, which deals with deeds. The water. But the scriptures give us guidance as far as how to make decisions, right? Where we have the parables of Christ to give us insight into, what questions to ask in certain situations to know the best choice. Sometimes we know when it comes to the milk, when it comes to small matters, it's usually a right and wrong, right? Do this, not that. But when it comes to great matters, there's a little more nuance, right? You might have 2 or 3 good answers, right? A, B, and C, they all kind of, they all are righteous. But now it takes wisdom, it takes you really looking at, Christ's parables and other dark sayings to consider to say, okay, I got 3 options, they're all righteous, but what's the best option given the situation, given who's involved? So it compels us to have that discipline to make the sound inquiry, right? To ask those questions so that we can see what the best choice is. Not just a righteous choice, but the best choice. That's why I always make that general comparison between small matters and great matters, right? When it comes to judgment. Small matters is usually a matter of right and wrong. But in great matters is usually a matter of doing well versus doing better. So the excellency is to always do better when it comes to your choices. So back here, so that was Proverbs 13:24. Also, we can read Ephesians. Ephesians chapter 6 in verse 4. Ephesians 6:4, it says, "And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord." Right? So don't provoke your children to wrath.
And another way to put children to wrath is like sending the wrong signal. So it says, you got to bring him up in the Lord. It's like you can't be saying, don't smoke. Better not smoking. And then 5 o'clock in the morning, you out there with a cigarette and you see you smoke. So you sending mixed signals. Now you confuse them. Now you raising, you're making you're creating a monster. So that they don't know what to be. So that's not bringing them up.
Come. And that should be a given, but clearly it's not for many. But even when it comes to say you are doing the right thing and then you're even teaching in the right thing, I see this also too, is like when they get a certain level of understanding themselves, now you put it on them. Instead of you, according to your wisdom, making the right judgment, you do it in the form of a question. You ask your son or daughter, what do you think is the best way? Let them work through it, Now you're incorporating them in the things that you're trying to show them. Now you're asking them to provide their wisdom, right? To where it's just like, as a child, you can sometimes feel like, oh my God, dad, mom, they're just so, overbearing, like why do they always have to tell me, right? I was going to do it anyway, right? So put the ball back in the court after you talked enough, and ask them to produce the answer, right? Let them surprise you, right? They may even find you might have had the better choice. They may find an even better choice than yours, right? Or even better solution, right? Based on what they've come to know. Now they process the information around them, right? As they ask questions. You say, oh, pretty good, right? And as a parent, you're like, you just provide the framework. Now you got them making decisions on their own, right? When it comes to certain matters. Because you now show them the way to critically think, as opposed to always just give them the answer. That can drive a kid to wrath too, because now it's like the kid's like, you don't feel like I'm like learning anything. You don't feel like I don't have ability myself. Like I'm not competent myself enough. So yeah, that's part of it too.
Right, good. And when you are reading it, I see like a small child that's in developing, that developing stage, try to develop their mind. But usually, this young child, they learn by example. They watch you. They want what you do because they not grow up yet to make decisions, tough decisions, or critically analyze. But mostly, they watch what you do and they watch what you say. If you say something, and then they watch to see if you do it. So if they see that you say one thing and then you do something different, they send a signal. They working by observation. They watching. That's why you see little child when they grow up, they asking all kinds of questions. They watching you. They hear. They observe. They see all kinds of things that's going on there. Why is this? Or why is that? So mostly at that age they learn by example. But all that is getting into their head. Those examples that they learn from a childhood, it's gonna come back later on as they grow up, right? In their adult life, when now they able to make decisions for themselves and choose from they're doing this, doing that. Like a development stage. That's when you should be very careful as to what they observe and what's around them and things like that. Things that we do, so they learn from the parents.
Right. You demonstrate that decision making yourself. Right. You ask those questions yourself. Right. You may even verbalize so they can hear and see what you're doing. You may already know the answer, but you may just talk through it for yourself. Like you said, as a teaching tool. Is you don't just you could come off as like this overly mysterious, right? And it's just like, yeah, I just figured it out because I know better, and then expect the same from them. It's like, why not be helpful and show them your process, and like demonstrate that for them so they can say, oh, okay, so this is how daddy and mommy work through things, figure out best solution to from mundane stuff to what clothes to buy or what food to get, or what car to get, you know what I mean, or what school to go to, different things like that. And when they see you and you using your process from a young age, then they can say, oh, okay, maybe even adopt your process, modify your process, as long as it's based in righteous principles. You know, you've armed them, right? You armed them with an invaluable tool. But we're about to read that in Ecclesiasticus 30, because it's going to tell us that as we go down. But yeah, so you can't compel anyone. It could be even a work environment, not necessarily just parents and children, but it could be boss employee, right? You can't tell people to trust the process when you don't really show them that the process is working for you. You know, you can show them how the process works for you. You know, it's like, that's what I do. Try it out. Then it's like, okay, now you can get, some kind of camaraderie. Now you can get some buy-in. Where it's just like, oh, okay, and people take you more seriously. But this is same thing. Colossians 3:21. It says, Colossians chapter 3 and verse 21, fathers, provoke not your children to anger, lest they be discouraged. So along the same lines, and you and I just touched on ways that you could provoke your children to anger and how to avoid that. Oh, Colossians 3:21, as well as Ephesians 6 and 4. And then also got Lamentations. Lamentations. Too far. Lamentations chapter 4. And don't worry about that one. Extant on Lamentations 4. Oh, still on verse 1. About to move on. Getting kind of late, but okay.
For example, when I'm in Haiti, looking at my daughter, right? Whenever they tell her to do something, she tests them to see if they're gonna, stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they don't. Now, when they tell her to not do something, she just don't pay them no mind. She just do it. So when I come around and I say, hey, listen, don't do that. And then she try to do the same thing that she does to the other people. And now she see I'm serious, then she stop doing it. So it's like the example, they tell her not to do something and then they go against what? The exact same thing that they tell her not to do. So they very observant, they watch you, they try to fit their way, trying to figure out their way.
Mm-hmm.
They try to figure out their way because all these big people, so they trying to get their way, and so where they fit in, they trying to test their environment.
Right. Yeah, we all strive for power, right, in our respective environments, right? To see what we can do and what we can't do, and how to maintain certain things, right? Yeah, like you said, it's almost like it's innate. You're not really thinking about, all the science behind it. You're just testing the waters, saying and doing whatever comes to mind to see if you can just get the result. The outcome being the object. You want the certain outcome. You want to get the extra food. You want to get the to go on the trip. Whatever you're trying to do. Say whatever you can, do whatever you can to get the people, like you said, that are the gatekeepers to grant you that access. Hebrews 12 and 6. It says, Hebrews 12 and 6, it says, for whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son he receiveth. Verse 7, if ye endure chastening, God deal with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Lord chasteneth, or whom the Father chasteneth not? Verse 8, but if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. Right? So this is where we can come to find, wow, we must be God's chosen people, because we don't get away with much for long, right? Especially in this modern day era. But that's really a testament of the Most High and His love for us. Even though it's hard to see that when you're going through affliction, right? And not knowing why you're going through affliction on top of that. But yeah. that just shows you, the Most High is even still dealing with us even now in 2021. Let's continue on. There's no more links for verse 1. It says in Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 2, it says, "He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance." Right? So he's going to have joy of his son that chastises, meaning corrects them. Right? Remember, chastising is not abusing, because it's easier for folks to mix up chastising and abusing. Right? Because with chastising, with correction, there's love involved, because you want that child to know the best way to talk and the best way to be, right? Carry themselves. Whereas with abuse, it's more selfish, right? Chastising is more like selfless. You care about others. In this case, the child. Whereas with abuse, it's more of a selfish thing. It's something that you want, and you'll cause all types of pain upon this person, right, to get your will. So yeah, we got to make sure we understand the difference, because Esau, he'll have you throw out the baby with the bathwater. He'll call you giving a child a spanking. He'll call that child abuse. It's just like, it's contextual, right? Sometimes, putting hands on a kid, yeah, it's definitely abuse given the context. Other times it's not. It's really just saving their life. They may not realize it at that point, but it'll come up later on, and they'll even bring it up. Like, I think we even see, we might even have family or friends that fall in this category, but you can see on these TV shows like the Scared Straight shows, where they talk to kids in their 20s. They might be doing like life bids. They're like mid to late 20s. They're talking to them in the interview. They're just like, damn, man. Even if they are going to get out soon, it's just like, if I only listen, if I only listen, or if I had somebody to tell me, what I know now. I did things totally different, and I come to that realization, but it's like already in their late 20s at this point. It's like their best days have already been taken from them, It's sad. It really is sad. Oh, yeah.
It's even tougher in this system, in this society, to do it in a way where it's very strategic and it's not, forceful at the same time. Being a parent in this system is a tough job, because whatever we're teaching them, then society is teaching something different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes it even more of a challenging job, because the way you would want to raise them according to righteousness, according to scripture, when they go out there in the school system, it's a whole different game. That's why it's always good to start at an age when they're very young. You can instill some of that, foundation in them to the point where they will not depart. If they depart, but they still have that in their back of mind. This is how I was raised up.
Right.
But they gonna get into their head. Yeah, I know I'm going against it. So they have something to measure it.
Right.
As opposed to they straight up what they give in the society, they think that's it.
Come. They're just like us, right? They're little people, right? And we might say, "Whoa, we try to deal with children," but if we understand what we're dealing with as children of God, it parallels right down to them, right? What are we talking about? What are we always talking about? We're talking about fruits of the Spirit, right? That's what you want to show them, and why those things are beneficial. Like you said earlier, but based on you showing faith, you showing patience. You can't be telling them patience, and you in traffic talking about, "Yeah, this get out of the way," and then in the back seat is like, "Yeah, that's not very patient," And it's like, are they wrong? No, they're dead right. You don't want to say and be patient. Now you're not patient. So those things, like you said, those character traits you want to instill, but ultimately by what you do, you tell them about them, right, and why they're important. But then, as they see you demonstrate why those things are important. We talk about the parable of the sower and the seed. Temptation works for us just like it works for kids, right? The same temptations, right? Doctrines, afflictions, lusts, right? They gotta be dealing with those same things, like you said, at school, right? So you show them, look, here's what you're looking at. But now that you know what you're looking at, what are you going to do about it? What choice are you going to make? But at least I told you what this was. You see right there with affliction, right? Personal affliction. That's your peer pressure. Possessional affliction, right? Where you got kids talking about, oh, I got this and that, look at your shoes, look at your clothes, my clothes, right? So it's like they deal with the same temptations just on that small level, but it's still temptation. So pretty much are teaching the same things that Christ taught all of us, Yeah, I feel like temptation as well as just the fruit of the spirit. Those you can tackle those things right there and getting that working knowledge of that, you got such a leg up. Because even if they do fall out of the way and make mistakes, you can always come back to what you told them from the beginning. It's like this is what we discussed already. So now after you scrape your knee, do you now see why this is important? Because even though you might be going through some kind of hardship, the child, it's not because I deceived you. I was honest with you. So that trust is there also. Because what's that? That's what we build with the Most High in Christ, right? That trust. Because we go through things ourselves as children of God. Our trust is developed, even though we hate the affliction. Our trust is built because it always goes down the way the Most High said. If it went down a different way, then we will close the book and go somewhere else. The only time we do that is if we try to turn our eye away from what we already read and try to make it in our own mind to be something else. But when we have clear eyes to see and clear ears to hear, we can go right back and go, yeah, this has happened because I didn't do this. And for children, you want them to have that same experience, right? With their guardians, right? Whether it be their blood or not, right? Whoever their guardians are. You want them to have that same experience, right? So yeah, we got the tools, man. And we just got to be mindful of just how far they go and how far they can extend. But that's verse 2. It says in verse 3, he that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Right? So you rejoice of your son before your friends, right? Your acquaintances, those that you share values with, right? That you are together with. It might be, just in a social setting, might be in a business setting, right? You're gonna rejoice of them before your friends, but it says you're gonna grieve the enemy, right? When you teach his son. It's gonna go into why as you read down. Verse 4 it says, though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he have left him one behind him that is like himself. Verse 5, while he lived, he saw and rejoiced in him, and when he died, he was not sorrowful. Why? Verse 6, it says, he left behind him an avenger against his enemies, and one that shall requite kindness to his friends, right? To where you can feel, you can go to your grave with ease, right? As you come to age, and they might be in their young prime, at the young lion, right? You can go to your grave at ease, or even if it's not, if you're old in age, but maybe you might be sick or have some kind of illness, and you might be concerned about when your days may be up. You may not live a full life, but at least I gave my son, my daughter that foundation. They know it. And see how it's benefiting them already. I only have hopes for them, no matter what comes their way. I know I've given them that solid foundation, right, to weather that storm. They are like Christ said in the Beatitudes. I've done my best to make sure they were that house built on the rock. The storms and the fires are going to come. I built them on a rock because I used the rock himself, right, for principles. So I know no matter what, they'll stand. But now I don't do that. Now I'm worried because they're the house on sand. And we know when the wind and the storms come with the house on sand, that house has little hope, right, of withstanding the worst when it comes.
Oh, like King David told King Solomon what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Show thyself a man. First Kings 2:2. He says, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man.
Read the next part. Everybody doesn't know what that means. You got men in the world that tell you that all the time. Be a man. Be a man. Stop crying. Be a man, right? What does that mean according to the scriptures?
Verse 3. And keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whatsoever thou turnest thyself, that the Lord may continue his word which he spake concerning me, saying, if thy children take heed to their way, to walk before me in truth, with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fall thee, said he, a man on the throne of Israel.
Right. So we got to keep going at camp, right? You know, but we're at camp. We can't just stop with the show yourself a man, right? Because you read that out of camp, just and stop there. It's, oh, okay, cool. I'm doing that. Yeah, man. Like they love to say, not just in Philly, but they never say here in Philly, the whole "I'm good." That statement, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that fly, brother, sister. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm saved, brother. I'm saved. I understand. All right, we're good to go. It's just like, I don't know. Let's make sure. What verse did you stop in? First Kings 2, and it's like you read verse 3. Did you read verse 4 also?
Verse 3.
So 1 to 3, I think we'll cover everything as a link. I'm pulling your link. That's your link, not mine. I got my link. This is Psalms 127, 3 to 5. Psalms 127 in verse 3. It reads, lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Verse 4. As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth. Verse 5. Happy is the man that have his quiver full of them. They shall not be ashamed when they shall speak with the enemies in the gate. Right? So pretty much same thing we'll read in Ecclesiasticus 30, right? To be an avenger against the enemy. And we always like to read these verses when we read, what is it, Maccabees. We read about Mattathias, right? Mattathias, son of Joram of the house of Aaron, right? And what he lays out for his sons going forward, right? Who became known as the great Maccabees. We see this being a live example we're reading right here. This is First Maccabees chapter 2, right around the time when Mattathias is getting ready to give up the ghost. So this is I'll just start towards the bottom. First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 64 reads, wherefore ye my sons, be valiant, show yourselves men on behalf of the law. See that? That's what you read in First Kings 2. Show yourselves men in behalf of the law, for by it shall ye obtain glory. Verse 6, and behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him always, he shall be a father unto you. So he's even acknowledging the strengths of his kids, right? He knows what, where their what do you call it? Their fortes are, right? Because as children grow, you want to kind of expose them to a lot and then kind of see what sticks, right? See what's theirs. Because it might be what you do, it could be something else, but encourage them in whatever that thing is that they strive at to be the best at it that they can, because when they find things that they're good at and they excel at them, that's what builds, self-esteem, right? We definitely want our children to have self-esteem, right? To be encouraged in their own ability. And with the truth is an added layer of their own ability furnished from the Most High, which allows them to even excel in it even greater, because they acknowledge and they appreciate that gift as it was given them. So it says in verse 66, as for Judas Maccabeus, he had been mighty and strong even from his youth up. Let him be your captain and fight the battle of the people. Right? So we got the counselor and we got the warrior, right? It says in verse 67, take also unto you all those that observe the law and avenge ye the wrong of your people, right? So Mattathias was able to appoint avengers, right? To come against his enemies, the Greeks, through his sons, right? He says in verse 68, recompense fully the heathen. Take heed to the commandments of the law. Right? I read First Maccabees 2, 64, and I stopped at 68. Yep, so you can always look to those two famous examples, right? David handing the reins down to Solomon, Mattathias handing down the reins to Judas, Simon, and the rest of his sons. And all those that they would be confederate with in righteousness. So let me write that down. Maccabees 2, 64 to 68. So, verse 7, here comes the other side of it, right? They want to make sure that we're mindful of. It says in verse 6, all right, verse 7, he that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his bowels will be troubled at every cry, right? So, this is where it's like, okay, well, we love our children at the same time, you know, we deal with them as it pertains to reality, right? While we teach them, we also look at their character, at least where they currently stand, and look at them from an honest perspective, even tell them the truth from an honest perspective, encouraging them in their areas that they're good at, but then also being clear about the areas where they could use improvement, right? Especially when it comes to their character, right? As far as their abilities, you know, that's secondary, but especially when it comes to their character, right? Because you know they may not be the most talented kid in the world, right? But really is going to set them apart because the most I could easily change that at any point. What really sets the child apart is making sure they have the right morals, the right Christ character, which is those fruits of the Spirit. And they learn that through what you tell them and what you show them. So it says in verse 8, a horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child left to himself will be willful. Right? So this is going into, you know, just not really giving any children any type of structure, right? When it comes to how they function in their day-to-day, right? You want to give them some kind of structure, especially as they get older, right? When it comes to things that they work on. Even with playtime, right? You're always going to leave time for play. But those times you want to have time for play, but also times for, all right, it's time to do our work. It's time to work on this, or experience this, or play with this, or do that, right? And that's where it's effective, where you see with very creative education methods, will turn play into instruction, right? Where a child's playing, but actually they're learning. You know, that's where it's at, you know, at the pre-K stages, right? It's play, but it's instructional play. And they're learning, you know, their colors, their numbers, their letters, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So it says, where am I at? I'll read 7 again. He that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his bowels will be troubled at every cry. A horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child unto himself will be willful. Because that's what their pushback will be. If they haven't seen that example of being in a structured environment with a man or a woman, right? When they get a little bit older, right? They'll say, I'm always used to doing this. I'm used to just eating what I want, doing what I want, when I want to do it, right? Where I want to do it. Who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? Right? It's like you were saying earlier, Come Be Quiet. You want to at least expose them to that at an early stage, even if it's just for a short time during the day. They got to see it somewhere. You don't want to be middle school age and they haven't seen any type of structure at all. Because at that point, it's like you can almost write them off. Like, you know, from 5, well, they learn certain things from the early ages, but from 5 to 12, I feel like it's like when most of your work is done, right? When it comes to if you can give them what they need from those ages, from 5 to 12, especially in their development, where you're talking about psychologically or socially, by the time they turn 12, they're a force to be reckoned with. They already know pretty much the essentials of what they need to say and do, and everything else is just an exercise of what they already know. But they've got the why behind what they need to do, and that's what you want to be able to impart. Otherwise, you fall into this trap. So it makes sense the Most High have the children get tested, right? They go to their the so-called Jews called the bar mitzvah, right? We call it the ban matazawah. They do it at 13, right? We do it at 12. So they'll take up the law and twist it, corrupt it, right? Yeah. By the time they're at age 12, not to say they won't still have anything to learn at that point, but at least by that age, they're supposed to have that foundation of what the Most High is about, right? And the importance of being accountable to the Most High's commandment, which leads them to be accountable to their family, their friends, and the community at large. So it only makes sense they get that before that age, and that you're training them up from that time to the point where they get to that age, so that they're ready to go. Just like Christ himself, right? When he was 12. It says, "Conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness." So when we see that word conquer, we may not see that word conquer a lot, but you look it up, it just means to spoil, right? Which we see that in other verses, right, about sparing a rod, how you spoil the child. You're supposed to correct them B times or early, like we read earlier. So if you play with your child, they'll make you afraid. Play with them, it says they'll bring you to heaviness, because when the time was for you to be serious, you were playing with them. Now, when you really need to be serious about something, they're much older at this point, right? Now they're going to make you afraid, because now they might be trying to test you at this point. And since you didn't, check them accordingly when they were at that younger age, right? Now they're like, what are you going to do? Can't tell me nothing, right? Oh, you want to try to tell me I can't do, I can't say? Where was this heat before when I was younger, right? You didn't tell me to say this or do this. Now all of a sudden you want to tell me I got to do X, Y, Z. And the hell with that, right? And they jerk their shoulder away, right? Like, get off me, right? Or I'm not going to my room. I'm going out with my friends. Now, the parents, they're, stressed out because now they don't know what to expect, Now they got to go to extreme lengths within their own house, right? They might have to put padlocks on certain things like refrigerators, or other, precious jewels, because now they're taking stuff in the house and maybe selling it on the streets or God knows what else, right? Because they're after the 12-year-old phase. They didn't have the foundation from before 12. Now from 12 going forward, they're not a son of the commandments, right? Instead of them being a bun matazawa, they're sons of Belial. That's the scripture say, right? Now they become, like you said earlier, a monster. And the hope is that they come to terms with their mistakes, but sadly, they don't happen until it's much too late. Until they've already been given over to Esau, and Esau, he was banking on that, right? Like, oh yeah, now I got you. Now I'm gonna repurpose you to what I want. And by the time they're mid to late 20s, they're just like they finally realize, and at that point, it's too late. The guys they were supposed to get early on, they missed the boat. Now, it doesn't mean that they still can't do good in the earth, but it's just like, look how much time they lost already.
It's like without the wisdom of the Most High, Israel is being raised for the system.
Yeah. Raised.
Yeah, raised.
If that's what you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Like you raise cows.
What's the audiobook we used to listen to on the way up to Jersey for the holy days? The Behold the Pale Horse. He was like, he said, those that don't use their brains are as bad as those that have no brains. He says, so now, these people as useful beasts of burden, he says, as useful beasts of burden, train up their children to do the same. I'm kind of paraphrasing it, but he's pretty much just breaking down how Esau is taken over the society and made us all into pretty much just cattle.
Even the word they use, right? I know we know in Hebrew it would have a different connotation. You need to train, you got to train you educate your child.
Mm-hmm.
You educate them. When you raise them, it's almost like, it's almost use the same word you use. You raise a beast or something.
Mm. Yeah, I think it speaks to the nature of the flesh, right? As far as us being like beasts, right? And if we just let our flesh do what it will, yeah, we're like an animal. Unless we have the commandments there to truly make us, like we were talking about in the class about being upright. Truly be upright, you got to be dealing with the law. You got a lot of folks out here that are walking on 2 feet, but as far as their spirit, is on all fours. Right? They're not upright. They're like a beast, scrounging around. I think in the Tuesday class, we read that section with Nebuchadnezzar, all his might, how he got proud before the Most High. And he's just like, this is my empire, right? And Daniel was like, don't do it. I gave you the warning. Don't do it. Yes, in my empire, I do X, Y, Z. And it's like, Most High had him on literally all fours, right? Feathers growing out of it. His hair was growing. They said like feathers. His nails were like claws, right? And he's out there like a cow grazing on the grass, Like we're talking the king of Babylon, right? That's like the equivalent of today, like the president of the United States. He's seen with his Secret Service, and you got the jets flying overhead with all the, 21 gun salute. Like, oh, the president of the United States, he's so great. Imagine the Most High did that to Trump or Biden, right? Where he just had him out on the White House lawn, just moo. Right? The Most High could easily do that. People were saying, oh, what's going on with Creepy Joe? Uncle Joe, Sleepy Joe, all these jokes they got about him. Why is he out there in the grass like he's an animal or something? What's going on? How could this happen? Most High could easily do that if he wanted to. He did it before. So yeah, that's how even the most powerfulest of men and women in the earth, even if they're heathen, are looked at as far as the Most High is concerned, right? If they haven't been raised according to the commandments, because the scriptures tell you sin is a reproach to any people. It was given to us, the law, but if any nation don't keep the law, it's going to be a reproach to them in due time anyway. So everyone's supposed to be following the law. Most High just wants us to be the ones to show them through example, just like our parents are supposed to show us through example righteousness. But let me read verse 10. It says, laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, and lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end. Right? You're going to go visit them during the visiting hours, right? Behind a glass, right? You're on the phone, right? You only got so much time to talk. You got the seal behind them, right? Just constantly at the watch. You're trying to say something to their parents, like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I got my 3 hots in the cop, but I got problems in here. And, these people trying to test me, this, that, and the third. And by the time, you share a couple words with your kid, CO, he's tapping his watch. All right, that's it. Back in the slam. Let's go. You can't see your folks until, the next time appointed. So, yeah, it's a tough thing. And, it's even tougher when, because you have this scenario, too, which we see even in righteousness. The parents that actually are that example for their children, not only in word, but in deed, too. But then the children see that, get exposed to it, but it's still not what they want. They still choose to go wickedly. We have to also always be mindful of that possibility, And that was even, during righteous times, right? So it could still happen. So let alone times like you talked about right now, where the whole environment is like out here to destroy you, from a young child on up. The whole environment's out here to encourage you to say and do the worst, to destroy your soul. From the books to the movies, to the music, to the television shows, different age categories, right? Each age category has like certain things they'll put in there to get the kids to think, feel, and therefore act a certain way. So like you said, Khan, it's we're definitely up against it, But with the Spirit, Holy Spirit, they can still overcome all these sophisticated temptations that are out here. Because temptation is temptation at the end of the day. It don't matter if it's high tech or low tech, it's still temptation. We can still choose to resist it. We have to trust that our kids will make that the best choice once we show them the ramifications of each. The reading on in verse 11, saying the same thing. Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. You can link this with Ecclesiasticus 7 and 23. 7 and 23, Ecclesiasticus says, Hast thou children? Instruct them, and bow down their neck from their youth. Saying the same thing. You know, start young, start B times, start early. So yeah, so Ecclesiasticus 7:23, link it with Ecclesiasticus 30 and 11. Verse 12 is going to reiterate. Ecclesiasticus 30 and 12 says, Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat him on his sides while he's a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrow to thine heart. You're going to love 13. Look what 13 says. Chastise thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee. Right? Hold him to labor, right? That's like your favorite verse, right, Con, about the how to deal with the, if you have servants. It talks about, don't let a servant go idle, right? That's definitely how it works when it comes to your kids, right? You want to keep them busy. Busy, right? Working on things that actually improve them, right? Increase them, right? Give them the characteristics and the tools they need to truly be productive, not just productive for Esau, productive as far as the Most High is concerned, to really truly be a fruitful soul in the earth, to be that seed that fell on a good ground, right? That's what we want, right? For the youth, whether it be our kids or even other people's kids, that's what we want for them, right? That's why it says to what? Beat him on the sides, chastise him, hold him to labor. And you don't want the lewd behavior that he made this display to be an offense unto thee. Because if it's an offense to you, you better believe it's going to be an offense to those out there in the world. You being his father, you love him, so you're going to, give him chances to improve. But out there in the world, that lewd behavior can get him killed on the spot if he runs into the right person.
And I see people misuse this verse. They beat their child and say, yeah, the Bible say you got to beat your child.
Mm-hmm.
Everything got to be done moderately and in measure,
Right.
and with a purpose, right? Because you see people, they beat their child. Now the child develop a wrong relationship between the keeping the Most High's commandment, because every time they remember the Most High's commandment, they remember beating, so they don't even want to deal with that. So you build up a fear.
Yeah.
It's not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. That's another example of provoking them to anger.
Right? And that's what happened. Even a lot of kids in Haiti in school, they beat them to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To learn the same oppressor they fought against to get rid of out of the Caribbean, right? They beat their child to learn that language.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a total reversal. You beat them to kick them out. Now you beat them to learn the French language, right? So that they go right back into slavery.
Beat them to show them how to be a useful servant. And then when the kids come of age and become autonomous, then it's just like, then the wrath comes. Now the resentment comes. Now you hate your parents, right? Because you guys got me. You guys prepared me to fail out here.
Some of them, they hate education just because of that. They don't want to learn because they associate education with beating.
Yeah.
So now they have a problem and they don't learn.
Yeah. I think we can all speak to that as far as in our experience learning things like in school and just having a teacher or professor that's just like, they may know what they're talking about, but the way they convey it is just, you talk to somebody else and find somebody else that knows, and the way the other person brings it out, it's just like, oh, why didn't I ask you, a couple months ago? Now we're dealing with, a couple months in this class with this one teacher, and it's not going in. Whereas the other person, their method actually worked for me. So it's like, you got to look at that whole thing too. It's like changing the approach sometimes, can do wonders. And with that child, they can now garner an appreciation for learning different ways to skin a cat, so to speak. You know, different ways to learn material. And the way that you're being, the way it's being given to you is just not conducive to maybe a learning style you prefer. But we know this is also part of the system also.
In that scenario, beating the kids to learn French, it has two aspects to it that plays in the hand of the oppressor. You beat them to learn. You tell them, if you learn, you become good. Now you become civilized because you have education. Now you can fit into society. But the language you learn in is the oppressor's language. So when you express yourself, automatically the culture of the oppressor just comes to mind. So they neglect Creole when 100% of the population speak Creole. 90% of the rest don't speak French, 90% don't speak French. You have about 5% that speak French, but it's like domesticated French. And then you have those 5% that really learn French from like France and stuff like that, the way they speak it. So it becomes a problem. So now if you don't learn French, you become uneducated. They say that's your fault.
Yeah, talk about being between a rock and a hard place, right? Yes, indeed. You didn't work hard enough, right? Or you didn't want it enough. It's on you. It's just like, well, how about you ask me what I actually want? And how I do want what I want with much conviction, but just I'm unfamiliar with how to get what I want without going through you, which is going to, make it very difficult. Maybe even unattainable. But to link with 13, this is Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 25. Ecclesiasticus 33 and 25, it says, to mirror what this verse says about teaching your son and holding him to labor, it says in Ecclesiasticus 33 and 25, it says, if thou set thy servant to labor, thou shalt find rest. But if thou let him go idle, he shall seek liberty. So it works the same way with your kids. Same as when you have a servant, right? Because in a sense, your child is a servant more or less in your household until they, come of age. Even when the young girls, when they are betrothed to a husband, right? It says in the law to what? The money that you would put down, say you're the one who wants to marry a man's daughter, you would give her father the dowry. It talks about him getting that dowry and actually buying a servant, right? Because he's losing those hands, right? It's so funny because he loses that helping hand in the house, right? That's what the role that she served before she was married to her husband. But it's like little things that we even experience now in this setup that harken back to that. Like one of the funny ones to me is like I'll just ask people just to see how many folks really know, because it's 2021. I'll just ask, young kids will say, hey, you guys even know why you're off for summer? Summer's, being summer break even comes from, And, some can produce the answer, most can't, unfortunately. But just to connect those dots, to show them, like, we're in the information age, but that doesn't mean that the industrial age and the agricultural age disappeared. No, they're still here too. Otherwise, we don't have a society unless we have those other ages that came before. One age is built on top of the other. It doesn't negate the one that came before. So I say, the reason why you guys even had summer break was because back when 98% of people were on farms and 2% were in the cities, now it's like reverse. 98% of people are in the cities and suburbs, but then 2% are on the farms, right? It's kind of been flipped since this country's been set up. I said, that's why you had summer break, because the kids would go home to what? Help the family with the harvest. That's why kids would have summer break and then, go back to school in the fall as the harvest season was coming to an end. But most folks don't even put that together. They just say, oh, summertime, I'm off. They don't even think about, the function that it even served when it was originally instituted, So 33 and 25, also you can link Proverbs 19 and 18 as well. Proverbs 19 and 18 reads, Proverbs chapter 19, verse 18, Chasten thy son while there is hope, and let not thy soul spare for his crying. Right? You'll see this sometimes with certain parents, right? They'll say, just give it to him, you know. I don't want to hear him. I don't want to hear him cry. Just do what they want. Give him the toy. Do this. Now, at a young age, okay, I get that, but that can't persist past like terrible twos and trying threes and fours. Like there's going to have to come a point where it's like, okay, we got to institute some kind of temperance, some kind of impulse control, some kind of self-restraint. Child's have to know, okay, they can't just do what they want whenever they want to do it just because they cry. Right? You're hurting them by sending that message. You know, it's worked before when they were little young, when they were real, babies. But they're a little too old for that now. Now they're getting ready for school. They're pre-K, going into kindergarten. Like, you got to do something about that. So don't let his soul spare for his crying, right? Don't just so you don't have to hear the crying, appease them. You might have to let them cry it out sometimes, right? When you first start instituting those things, like, okay, now we're stopping this, or now it's time to go to sleep. It's bedtime. It's time to learn this routine. It's gonna be tough at first, but trust me, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me for it in the end. Right now, that's what we got to do. Oh, they're crying. Okay, let them stay up. It's like you can't do that.
That's the only way out.
Right.
We use that as a defense mechanism. Try to see what you're going to do.
And then for the adult, because it doesn't necessarily be parents, because it's be an older sibling. If you do that as an adult, they start to cry, and you're just firm, like you do all you want. I changed my mind. I'm not giving it back. Or playtime's over. Like we had time. It's time to play, but it's late. It's time to get in that bath. Time to take your bath. Brush your teeth. Get ready for bed. It's time. I'm not. No. We're not gonna play another half hour, 45 minutes. Nope. The time is this. Let's go into the bathroom. You just, like you say, you don't have to hit them. Get in there. You just firm in your conviction. We're doing this now. Come on. You can walk them in there, right? They don't want to go in there. Let's go. Time to do this. If anything, the rod should be the last resort, right? Tell them calmly. You might raise your voice a little bit, but not only say raise it, but just, use as you guys know, the dad voice. Even the moms, there's I'll say the assertive voice. So it covers both mom and dad. And then if they want to still act out, right, and really go above and beyond, that's when you test that behind. But not on some, 10 rounds in the ring, whap, 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 whap. Just, a little bit, so that they feel that pain and they know, okay, mommy's not playing. Daddy's not playing. Time to get in the bathroom. Time to get ready for my bath. Playtime's over. So you work your way to it, and like you said, the hope is that you don't even have to get that far. Where you use the rod. So you're speaking from experience, right? You said, knowing what I know now, I would have dealt with me differently, right? Oh man. And sometimes it's like you can acknowledge, okay, I was the cause of that one. Other times it's like, dude, that was out of nowhere. Because our parents are in the world, so it's like it's hit and miss. Sometimes they may have had a bad day at work, and you just saying something a certain way, it may not even warranted that, you got socked in the chest, whap, just because when you said something at a certain time, you just like, damn, where'd that come from? But it had nothing to do with you, but whatever your parents are going through at that moment, and they overdid it. So that happens. And it can cultivate resentment for you against them. It's just like, really, you want to take out your bad day on me?
I'm getting a beating, I can't look him in the eye. If I look in the eye, that means I'm ready to fight. Damn,
Or better yet, you hold your tears back. So, okay. You want me to turn it up? All right, all right. I always laugh about this. Not to say too long because we got a couple verses left and we're gonna finish. But um, my little sister. Oh man, there's like a big stretch between us. Like my mom had her when I was in high school. So I always joke with her. I say, you were my birth control. You reminded me like, yeah, not yet. 'Cause I had babysitting duty with her, right? My little sister. In high school, so, certain nights, and she would have this thing that she would do where she would, if my mom would pop her in the behind, right, for not doing what she was supposed to do or talking back or something. She would go like this, like she was wiping it off. And look at me like. So one time, her and my mom went back and forth. She said, "You gonna wipe it off? I'm gonna put it back." Right, and then they did this like 4 or 5 times. Right, I was like, "Oh snap! She really keeps going with this." And then my mom can get harder and harder with the pop in the behind. And by the time like the 4th or 5th time, she popped it real good. By that time, she started to wipe. She started wiping. She was like, right? She couldn't wipe anymore. She just started crying because it was hurting too much. I still remember that. I said, "Oh boy, it's like what we're talking about." They test those waters. Test those waters. Yeah, she would wipe it off. like like you ain't hit me. Woo, woo. All right. You must not know mom too well because she ain't playing that. This ain't gonna end well for you. I know you don't know at this point, but trust your big brother. It's not gonna end well. Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to where we left off. So it says we're in I think 3 and 14 now. So now we're going to shift gears from children to now health and healthy living. So verse 14 it says, "Better is the poor being sound and strong of constitution than a rich man that is afflicted in his body." Right. So constitution is like your state of health. Like your holistic health, through and through. So it's saying here that it's better off that you don't have a lot, but you're in good health, you're in good shape. Then you got a whole bunch of money, but you got some kind of issue in your body with your sight or your breathing or massive muscular issues or nervous, problems with your nervous system, right? Whatever it could be. And I know we always used to talk about I think it was one of the Rockefellers, I think, or one of these rich guys, and how they were really developed, really decrepit at this point. And he said there was a quote where they quoted one of these Rockefeller guys, and they're like, "Oh man, I wouldn't give right now to be able to go for a walk or be able to sit down and eat a steak or something because they couldn't even eat the food because they had to liquefy it. That's how bad their health. They could only eat intravenously, But more money you can count, but you're riding around in that wheelchair, almost like Stephen Hawking, almost on that level. It's just they look like one of us walking down the street, no money. They're just like, I want what they have. I want to be able to do that. They realize how important those little things that we just kind of take for granted. Those kind of things become so important. We should think of Get Out, right? The Get Out movie. That's what you had there, right? These guys with money, but it was like, look what they can do. They're poor, but look at their abilities. What they can do with their 5 senses. Oh man, I want a piece of that. Shoot, I want what you have. I'm going to take it from you, literally. Not to give away too many spoilers, but when you watch that horror movie Get Out, that's what you had going on there. So yeah, don't take that for granted. Just being able to get up and walk to the door, or just be able to take care of yourself, be able to move around, not have to have somebody help you do everything. Because when you live a life that way, say you have an injury and say it's due to old age, and those body systems start to fail, and you might have your kids or your grandkids, taking care of you, and you might get frustrated or grumpy or angry, right? And the young person helping you out, they're probably just like, "Oh my God, look, I'm here to help. Why are you so mad?" But Yeah, put yourself in that older person's shoes, right? Because they were like you at one point. They were, autonomous. They could get up and go whenever they wanted, but now they can't now. And that's not an easy thing, to accept. Especially when you're so used to being your own man, being your own woman, being able to go in and come out as you see fit. But now, due to your the illness in your body, you can't do it anymore. So yeah, that'd be something to keep in mind, and something to get ready for, right? And try to get there, as gracefully as possible. Where your hope is that you at least have some kind of function as you get older and older. Maybe forced to use a cane, but if you could avoid that, by all means, if possible. Think about Jacob. He said he was stricken in years, right, on a cane. But then someone like Moses, 120 years old, gave up the ghost, but it says, his body was like in a pristine condition. Like imagine that, got 120 years old, but like he may have the full head of gray hair, but then as far as his body, the way he's in shape, it's just like he's built like a man in his prime. That's miraculous, right? To behold something like that. But our bodies will do that in the kingdom and more. So we look forward to that. So yeah, it says, verse 15, health and good estate of body are above all gold. So money can't buy health and good estate. And a strong body above infinite wealth. Right? So showing that power of having a body that's together, that's healthy. And then it says, verse 17, death is better than a bitter life or continual sickness. So it's not to say you want to, take yourself out, but certain illnesses, certain sicknesses, and the pain that it causes can, really get you to think that, like, man, you know what? Maybe I should do like euthanasia or something, Trust it in the hands of my next of kin that if I give them the go ahead, that they just take me out of here. Kind of what comes with that. But yeah, it's like I said, it's easy for us to say, yeah, you should never want to take your life. But a bitter life or a continual sickness, depending on how it is, how bitter your life is, and how what kind of sickness it is. If you're going through it, you might look at it a little differently. If you're in it yourself, it's easy for you from the outside looking in and say, oh yeah, you should just bear through it. And it's like, okay, have you dealt with a chronic illness like that? It's like pain, most of the day, to where you can't even sleep. You're dealing with this for weeks, for months, for years, right? What would you do? You can't be so sure you know what you want to do it, and if you ever had to go through that. Yeah. So verse 18 says, delicates poured upon a mouth shut up are as messes of meat set up upon a grave. Right? So it's like, you're trying to feed somebody, but they can't even eat. It's like you're just throwing food away, pretty much. That's all that's saying. Because depending on the person's illness, they may not be able to eat or consume food the way normal people would. This kind of made me think about remember the first the guy who played Superman in the 80s, Christopher Reeve, when he had his accident. It was like such an irony, right? People were like, wow, the guy who played, the strongest man on earth, he's confounded to a wheelchair after a horse riding accident. That was the talk of the town when it happened, You see him, giving speeches and stuff, and moving around in a chair. And it's just, it was as youngsters, we were like talking about it as kids, like, trying to look at those two pictures together. Like you see him in the chair, you see a look on his face, you can tell he's not comfortable, And it's like, hey, this is the guy I saw, with the little swirl, carrying Lewis Lane, flying over the building, going backwards in time, flying so fast, he's going backwards in time around the earth, Now to see that same man, in a chair like this, and you see like the fear on his face, the disappointment on his face. He's just not happy. Just to see those two images together in your mind, it's just like, wow, it really was a movie. It really was just a movie, Say it again. Oh, right. Come. Well, Lewis, right? Yeah, man. The mighty Superman. Can found to a wheelchair. But yeah, that was definitely a wake up call in more ways than one, right? Just as far as especially for someone that was as famous as he was at that time.
Sometimes you have people living in the hospital like for years.
Yep.
Young people too.
Yeah.
Living in a nursing home. They've been living there for years. They're so sick that they monitor all 24/7. And they just can't even go out. And they just look out the window. They can't leave.
Yeah.
One time I volunteered in the hospital, and I saw this young man who was like 20,
Mm-hmm.
25. I saw him like crippled from the neck down, and it's like, what happened to you? See, he jumped into a pool and he severed his spine and stuff.
Wow. Yeah.
Empty pool. Yeah, can't even wipe his brow or anything,
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's something physical, but it's like continual sickness.
Yeah, he's that example, Khan, because it's like it's not always necessarily this old age over time. It's just, in this case, the wrong kind of injury, can really put you in a spot at a young age. What was that court case you were talking? Remember you were telling us about that court case where the little girl that got killed by the stray bullet? Not killed.
Paralyzed.
Sorry, right, paralyzed. Slacker. And they had a court case for the brother who was involved, and he was remorseful, and the parents wanted revenge. Obviously, it's our little girl. Her whole life has just changed now because of what you did, and she forgave him. It's just like, remember you told the story. I pictured
I
it.
still have it on. I had it recorded on my old cable box, and I never gave it. I never turned it in. They didn't want it. I think I still have it somewhere stored away. But yeah, she been put up in a wheelchair to the stand, and she was telling a story that she forgave the guy. Prior to her forgiving the guy had entered the plea of not guilty. That was his defense, and he wasn't guilty. It wasn't him, right? Can't prove it to me, that type thing. And deep down, I guess he knew, but trying to get out of murder, shooting thing.
Right.
And she forgave him, and the mother, the courtroom, everybody became emotional, and then the guy got up and changed his plea to guilty. And then one of the guys, how they have certain people in the neighborhood, they kind of call you like the mayor of the town, like you got been around for a long time, you know everybody.
Right.
He was outside the courtroom. He was like, sometimes things like this happen to certain people, and it's not really directed towards them, but it's a teaching lesson for everybody else that's around. That circumstance happened to her, but how she dealt with it affected and taught the rest of the community about forgiveness and things of that nature. Because he was like, we were always out for blood. She gave forgiveness, and it taught, he was, in the 70s, like it taught me something that I didn't know I needed to be taught.
Yeah. Wisdom is the gray hairs unto men, right? It's like this little girl was expressing a level of age and maturity that even the eldest men and women of that community didn't have. It's a heavy thing. We talk about spiritual riches. It goes hand in hand with spiritual age. It's the same thing. Be her age, but then as far as your fruit of the spirit, the angels look at you like, oh wow, she's on it. She knows what time it is. Versus like the guy who's 70 years old and he's still, chasing tail. Oh, she's cute. Come here, girl. Sit on grandpa's lap. It's like how you don't have no self-control, and this child has more temperance than you do, and you've been in the earth for how long? It's like it shows you the soul, You got old, they say old souls. You know, they're physically a child, but as far as the spirit that they have is just a certain way. Like I only imagine how when Christ was in the earth, right, as a young boy, how people responded to him like, wow, he's 8 years old. He just said that. He just did that. That's quite a boy you got there, Mary, right? I tell you, Jesus, like, you know, that's your boy, you know.
Every time he gets a chance, he's sitting in the kind of way, yeah, I made you, even though you my mom.
Right.
Yeah, I don't control me. Yeah, I'm about my father's business.
right. When he got tested, and he was it like the Home Alone scenario where they left and they realized they left him behind. It was like, crap, where is he? You know, because I think at that point they probably had, he had a bunch of siblings at that point because he was the oldest at 12, so all his siblings are probably like, he was the big bro. But they got halfway on the trip, realized, wait a minute, like with Macaulay Culkin, where's Kevin? He said, where's your Howard Shy? We gotta go back and find him. And back then it's crazy because we didn't have, cell phones. You just turn on the, the GPS. You had to find somebody for real. They went missing. That's crazy. They went back to, where they came from and took the whole journey back, and then they found him in there with the doctors of the law, just asking questions, going back and forth with them. Only imagine what they felt like. Happy, sad, maybe even angry, but then still just relieved, It's just like, wow. This boy is something else, He is something else. He's the son of the Most High God. It's like you said, it said in the scripture, I think she said she considered that saying, from that day forward. She didn't really, she didn't say anything after that, but she was just like, wow. And he would always be like, woman this, woman that, right? And even in his final moments on the cross, as tough as that was, I'm sure that was, I can only imagine how that was for her to look at her own son up there. But that's what he said. He said, woman, behold thy son. It's a tough one.
Man, if it's today, so man, this Jesus, man, disrespectful.
Yeah, them just not really understanding. And even Mary, if she were here now, she'd have pulled him to the side like, thanks, but no thanks. You don't really understand what's going on here, Yeah, man.
That's the Christ they don't teach you in the church.
Not my God, not my Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Not your God, not your Jesus. Better yet, not the God, not the Jesus. The true and living God. So Ecclesiasticus 30 and 19 now, it says, what good doeth the offering unto an idol, for neither can it eat nor smell? So is he that is persecuted of the Lord. Right. So you don't want to be on the bad side of Christ, because it's going to be tough for you either way. It's like, who can you go to get some kind of relief? Same way as like you can't get relief by dealing with a false god. You can't even smell, taste. You can't even use the senses. Like you got senses. You got 5 senses. Hell, I gave you a 6th and a 7th sense. You're not using it right, but I gave you all those. But this thing doesn't even have what you have. And you bowing down and worshiping it. Like we were talking about Kahanya when you were in the world. You go to the Catholic Church. You said when you do those prayers before the statue, you got like this weird feeling. Remember, you were like, what is this feeling I had, before you really knew what it was. But yeah, man, how is this thing now your God? This thing that somebody made. It's crazy. But it's very popular. Idolatry is very popular.
People, got stolen or whatever. They take a pistachio and put it on their shoulder and walk with it. Like, okay, take like what? How could they do that?
Right, exactly. Yeah. You caught up in the spell, like everybody else. You think this thing is a God on earth, But yeah, it says in History of Bel and the Dragon, there's a link. Verse 19, you can link up History of Bel and the Dragon, verse 7, because it's one chapter. says history of Bel and the dragon, verse 7. It says, then Daniel smiled and said, O king, be not to see you. For this is but clay within and brass without. He did never eat nor drink anything. So that's him talking greasy about the idol they were all getting all worked up over. Daniel was like, King, no, that's that's not. Yeah, see, he had to school him. Just imagine how lonely it was for him there. Those high levels of government, and these guys have all types of power, riches. He's up there with them. He's got to pull them to the side when it comes to this foolishness, idols. They trust in that stuff because, especially we might laugh and go, yeah, how do these guys worship idols? But it's like you got perceived results from worshiping these idols, and it's like now you're the one that's crazy as far as the world's concerned. Because it's like, look, we've been doing this for generations. By us sacrificing to these false gods, look at how we've been blessed. We got this, we got that going on, we got this wealth, we got this. So to them, it's like, it makes sense because physically they've gotten results from it. They've had a good life because of it. So it can be, we might laugh and go, how can they worship idols? But you'd be surprised what folks would do when the misconception is seated that, by me, looking at this effigy or focusing on this sigil on the wall and saying some kind of chant or I mean, bowing down to this, thing that looks like a fish, looks like a cow, whatever it is. That, how are you going to say this isn't good? Look at all the good it's given me. Look at all, everything I got because, I deal with the idol. And God, just the worst of the worst for me is just the offering your children a Molech. Like to have that conviction and say, offer my own child up to this false god in the hopes of getting, a nice harvest season or something, or whatever I'm trying to do. I'm willing to give up my own child to this thing. I don't even know if in my past pre-incarnation, if I did that. Wow. I hope I didn't, but just I can only imagine, just seeing that, and just multiple people, being excited about it because it's peer pressure, right? People talk about that stuff now. The combination of psychology and sociology, the things people will do because of coaxing from the environment, from peer pressure. This Edomite, he's a professor. He wrote this book. It's funny because one of my patrons told me about it. He was in prison. He said it was a book that he read while he was locked up called The Lucifer Effect. I think the guy that wrote the book, he's like a professor from he's from New York, Edomite guy, I think. But I looked up his presentation, I think, on YouTube. Like he presents like the ideas in the book. He kind of explores those things as far as like experiments that they did to see what kind of how soon they could socially engineer a group of people within a certain setting, where they had certain risk and rewards set up, and they had a person that was in there wearing like something that represented like authority, like a doctor's with a lab coat. How people after a short period of time would literally accept or do horrible things, abuseful things because somebody with that represented authority, an authority figure told them to do it. And it was like a small fraction of people that resisted and said, "No, I'm not going to do that." But most of the people that actually did. So the experiment was pretty much to show like how like a Hitler's Germany could actually happen. People actually sleep at night and be okay with what they're doing. You know what I mean? It was an interesting concept what he brought out. If we have time, afterwards, I could show you guys the book or the video where he's talking about it.
Right. I mean, it's simple. We do it and feel okay with it.
Oh, it is simple. I'm just saying it's horrible. I agree with you that the premise is simple, but it's just it's horrible though, at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now. Like, it makes it even worse if you deal with the idol, you get the blessing. If things work out, because now it's like now your conscience is seared with a hot iron to like do even more, right? It can be. But I hear what you're saying, though. As far as Abraham doing it, but from the right hand side, Yeah, and to them, just like with us, we know if it comes to that, we'll have everlasting life. And any of us that die will have everlasting life. Like the mother with the 7 sons, right, from Maccabees. You know, her knowing that her son's we're gonna get a everlasting memorial for them resisting, that wickedness. He said for them it's the opposite. They said, "Oh, my child's gonna live forever. They're gonna be back with, one with the all-seeing God." But as it hurts me, I know I have to suffer this way in order to get this, to reap this blessing, this carnal blessing. So I'll give my child over to it. And we know that happens today too. Maybe not in the same exact form, but it's definitely going on strong right now. The Illuminati sacrifices. Right? But let's see here. 20, verse 20. It says, "He seeth with his eyes and groaneth as a eunuch that embraces the virgin and sigheth." Right? So once again, we're kind of going back to the person who wants to eat but not able to eat. Right? It's like a eunuch that embraces a virgin or a young woman and sigheth, because it's like, as beautiful as she is, attractive as she is, I can't do what most men do, right? To make her my own, and to take her as a wife, I can't even do it. So it's just like, it's like a tease, It's like, look, but don't touch. Then it says in verse 21, "Give not over thy mind to heaviness, and afflict not thyself in thy own counsel." Right? So when heaviness comes, don't give your mind over to it, right? When it comes, let it come, but then let it wash back out. Like I'd say, like with any intense emotion that you may have, right? Think of it as like the image I like to use is like the seashore. Let it come up, wash over you, but don't let the undertow happen where it gets like stuck. Let it wash back out the shore. Embrace it for the time that's appropriate, and then let it wash back out. If you hold on to it, it can lead you to say and do worse. If you're not careful. We can probably name off a couple scenarios like this. As far as heaviness and what could cause heaviness, and how it can lead someone to know in their rational mind, like, yeah, this is going to have, some serious repercussions. But right now, I don't care. I don't care the way I feel right now. I'm going for it. Let the chips fall where they may afterwards. I need to see blood. That's it. And they do it, and the person's dead, whatever, and they're just looking, and they're looking around like, come lock me up. They just get to that point.
It's almost parallel to that scripture that says, "Be ye angry, but sin not." You could get sad, but don't give yourself over to it. Right? Don't torment yourself deliberately. Kind of like when somebody dies, you can get sad, but don't overdo it.
Right.
When you lose someone.
Khan Samak, I saw a commercial for it. I meant to ask my little sister about it, but did you girls, they watched that 13 Reasons Why show? Did she have any thoughts on it?
Right?
Yeah. Did she have any thoughts on it, or?
We did at the time. We talked about it.
Okay.
But yeah, I remember we did talk about that. As far as, I guess, people got like nothing, suicidal, things like that. Yeah.
Because remember when the show came out, I didn't get to track it, but when I saw the title, I was like, "What's this about?" And looked up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, it's one of those shows." Okay. But yeah, all entertainment ain't bad. Entertainment can also be useful.
Like deliberately staying through a moment of sadness can lead to anxiety and what we do. So that's why you can get sad. Don't get overly indulged in it for a long period of time, or else you might have issues. You might start having some mental.
Yeah. To link with this 30 and 21, let me just get it real quick and We're going to read this again later on in chapter 30. I think it's in chapter 38 or 39. Yeah, here we go. 38 and verse 17, which this section is going into, mourning for the dead, but those that you lose that are close to you. But verse 17 has the main part that I want. It says, Ecclesiasticus 38 and 17. Weep bitterly and make great moan and use lamentation as he is worthy, as far as the person that passed away. And that a day or two, lest thou be evil spoken of, and then comfort thyself with thy heaviness. Right? So they said, just give it like a day or two of just like heavy mourning to get it all out, to cry with family and friends. So, it's not really anything to really talk about most cases, Like you may say whatever at the wake or the funeral, what have you, but usually it's just, if I'm here if you need me, And it's just holding the person, It's not really much to say it, I mean? You just gotta let it out. Because we all know what it is, you know what I mean? So what's there really to say at that point?
What you just read?
Ecclesiasticus 38 and 17. Just gotta let it burn. Just gotta let it burn. And I still just pictured in my head too, like both sides will, like if I was there during the whole Lazarus situation, and just what Christ himself was going through, even knowing what he was going to do, even he still wept. It's just that level of, I guess, empathy, to feel what everyone else there felt too, and for him as well, because he was his friend also. Just him being just a man on earth, Christ as a man, he was friends with him and his sister, So it's like, even he experienced that, even knowing he was going to bring him back. Shortest verse in the Bible, right? But so much to say about it, We're taught now, I don't cry, men don't cry, It's just like, is Christ not a man? Just saying. Just saying.
Ecclesiasticus 22.
So you're pulling a link?
Yeah, for what verse is this for?
The verse I just read?
Yeah.
That's for 30 and 21. There we go. I couldn't find it at first. 30 and 21. So what's your verse, Lincoln? 2?
I know you're talking about the dead. But you're talking about mourning for the dead, right?
Well, heaviness.
Oh, yeah.
This is just an example of it. yeah. I'm like, huh?
Well, I mean, do it, whatever. And that's it. Get over it, Because people are relying on you too,
Mm-hmm.
Shakespeare, when he says, "Oh, his father lost a father, and his father, why he seeketh that father in the dust."
Shakespeare.
Hamlet,
Hamlet link ups. Woo.
Seek that noble father in the dust or in the grave or something like that.
You looking that up with that?
No.
Listen, it's not to say it's wrong. Paul did that, right? You read, I think it was the Titus. He said, even one of your own scholars says these Cretan people from Crete are slow bellies, right? He said, this is a true saying. I forgot the word exactly, but he's like quoting a philosopher or poet of that time, making a critique about the people in Crete as far as their bad behavior. He agreed with it because it aligned with scriptures. So you can quote stuff in the world that aligns with the truth.
It said, do not forever with thy veiling lids seek thy noble father in the dust. Thou knowest this coming, all that live must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Wisely put. Can't argue with that.
It's like, there's nothing wrong with philosophy. We philosophize all the time about something in the scripture.
Mhm.
It's a way of breaking it down to justify what you're saying.
That's what we use to convince the masses, right? When we're out there teaching, right? Which just turn forward. Let's keep this show on the road. But yeah, we meet them at the level, right? We say, yeah, according to your scientists, according to your politician, according to this person you look up to, even they said X, Y, Z. Look what the Bible said. Boom. Oh, you thought this was an old rusty book. See, they said the Bible is the same stuff that the people that you like say and that you agree with. How about that? What chapter and verse is that? It's like, there we go. Show them the chapter and the verse, you know? Now we got their attention. Let's see how long it lasts. You know, unclean spirit about to come real quick and be like, don't worry about that. Stay in that wickedness. They get the phone call, you know, somebody in their family. Oh my God, hey, Jackie, what's going on? It's like, oh boy. Satan at it again. Then cometh the wicked one. Read it again. Then cometh the wicked one. Read. And taketh that which was sown in his heart. We're watching this right now. This is happening right now, brothers and sisters. Right now. Deal with the truth. And then you want to be a jerk and be like, you know, well, I can't talk to my family member I haven't talked to in years. I said, no, we're not saying that. It's the fact they called you right now while we're talking about this. That's what, you know, is curious. That's what we need to really examine. It just shows you the power of the unclean spirits when you're in the world. They can just hijack you at a moment's notice, you know? Because to them, it just seems like an innocent moment, like, oh, someone is calling to check up on me, you know? But Satan's intent was to use that innocent gesture to get you to just forget about the truth in that moment and just keep walking. It's pretty heavy stuff the way these devils can work.
Yes, the King Claudius, it says, "'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these morning duties to your father. But you must know your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound to feel obligation for some time to do subsequence your sorrow." So his father lost a father, father lost a father.
Right.
It's normal.
Right. All right. Hamlet Linkos. Woo. Y'all ready for that, brothers and sisters? Huh? You ready to go through Shakespeare and break down the scriptures? Well, only one I can pull off the bat is the what's the one? All the world is stage, and the men and women merely players. That's like the best I can do right now.
We already knew he wrote the Bible anyway.
Oh, yeah. No, that doctrine. What was it like? It was like a psalm, right? Where it's like, look, if you look at verse 2, which was the year he was born or something, it says shake. You go all the way down to the next psalm, like 2 psalms away, it says spear. See, brother? See? It's like, that's your proof? That's your proof that Shakespeare wrote the Bible? Really? Because it says shake and it says spear? Like, come on, man. See, that's how he signed the Bible. That's how he signed the Bible, brother. See, you got to look into that. Yeah. You know, they got the big doctrine eyes, you know. Got to look into that, brother. I'm going to pass. I'm not going to look into that, okay? Thanks, but no thanks. Basic instructions before leaving Earth, according to some.
Let me say that. He wrote this book too.
Oh. So what's that mean? Once again, I fall back for that. I just fall back on he didn't write it. He just was the one in charge who authorized the translation. You gotta look at the Hebrew and Greek scholars. Now there's a book like that. I remember my dad had got that book, was shown that to me like, look at this, son, when I first came into the truth. Going into all the backgrounds, all the people who were who are doing the work to translate the Bible. And even with that, even though I can go into the stories of the translators of the scriptures, the Hebrew and Greek scholars and all that, it still doesn't matter. Those guys could have been the wretched of the earth. I'm like, the Most High could have easily just used them at that time to just translate his word into a form that we can read right now for his purpose. Most High did that before. He could have did it then too. What's it got to do with the guys who translates it? You know what I mean? But people in the world will use that to say, see, look, these are the foul bunch that translate the Bible, and you trust that book? That's their comeback. So it's kind of like makes you think of the same thing when you show a book like that. Look, King James wrote a book on demonology. Look, but it's like, yeah, study of demons, okay, but to what end, right? And even still, this guy could have been as wicked as all get out. Most likely could have just used him at that time to just translate his word and maintain it.
What about Paul? St. Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like chose him, right?
Yeah, exactly. A killer of Christians. But
What verse are we in now?
22, which reads, "The gladness of the heart is the life of man, and the joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days." So, joy, one of our fruits of the spirit, right? And it's crazy because in the world they'll talk about this all the time, but they'll talk about happy, right? You want to find happiness. The Epicureans have their version of what makes you happy. The Stoics have their version of what should make you happy, right? But you hear that talk all the time, right, in America. I just want to be happy. Shouldn't we just be happy, right? And they pull out the Will Smith movie, right, with Jaden, the Pursuit of Happiness. This is what it's all about, right here. This is why we're so blessed to be in America. See, look at this man. Pursuit of happiness. His back was against the wall, but he tried and persevered, and look at how he turned things around. It's all about the pursuit of happiness. And it calls back to the preamble of the Constitution, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So it's reinstilling the American folklore, the American doctrine, right? Salvation through wealth and through opportunity. It's probably stronger than most religions out there, but that's the American dream, right? And you got one of us, Will Smith, right, one of our most famous actors to play that role. See, even you can pursue happiness. All the things we've done to you, all the times we put our boots on your neck, take it from you, your hard-earned labor, and burned it to the ground. Even you can pursue happiness here in America.
Even Esau, however, would have, all his riches and so on and so forth, and he's just miserable.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier in verse 16. Yeah.
All these blacks out there, what's with them, right?
That's butter on their breakfast toast. They can't enjoy their morning coffee unless they know we're suffering somehow, some way. They feel like their job is not done until we're suffering. It's crazy. So yeah. So joy, one of our fruits of the spirit. And then it says in verse 23, "Love thine own soul and comfort thy heart. Remove sorrow far from thee, for sorrow hath killed many, and there is no profit therein." So sorrow being the opposite of joy, right? Now, if we're going to have sorrow, like Paul talked about, it needs to be after a godly sort. Sorrow after a godly sort. If we can take that sorrow and make it after a godly sort, now that sorrow can be constructive. But that's the only way it can be constructive. Otherwise, it will destroy you. And I guess I can quote that. I didn't have it in my notes, but let me, I'll give it to you real quick. I think it's in 2 Corinthians 7. Yeah, here we go. 2 Corinthians chapter 7, it says, I'll start in verse 8. Paul writes, "For though I made you sorrow with the letter, I do not repent, though I did repent. For I perceive that the same epistle had made you sorry, though it were but for a season." So he wrote them a letter. He said, first, I felt bad that made you sorrowful, but I like it because what? It only did it for a season, meaning temporary. Verse 9, "Now I rejoice, not that ye were made sorry, but that ye sorrowed to repentance," right? So this is a kind of good sorrow where you could feel remorse or bad about the things you did when you were in the world. At least it got you to repent, right? To come into righteousness. "For ye were made sorrow after a godly manner, that ye might receive damage by us in nothing." Then it says, For godly sorrow worketh repentance unto salvation, not to be repented of, but the sorrow of the world worketh death. So that's what he's talking about in Ecclesiasticus, sorrow of the world, right? This kind of sorrow, if we're going to have it, this is what we want. And to finish up, I'll read verse 11 and we'll go back. For behold, this self-same thing that ye sorrow after a godly sort, what carefulness it wrought in you. Yeah. What clearing of yourselves. Yeah. What indignation. Yeah. What fear. Yeah. What vehement desire. Yeah. What zeal. Yeah. What revenge. In all things ye have approved yourselves to be clear in this manner. So look at the good that this kind of sorrow can bring. Whereas, as he so clearly illustrated, the sorrow of the world wouldn't do that. So yeah, emotions are emotions. You know, they are what they are. It's all about what they're used towards wickedness or towards righteousness. That's where our choice comes in. So that was 2 Corinthians 7, 8 to 11. You can link that with verse 23. 2 Corinthians 7, 8 to 11. Link it with 30 and 23.
When I lost the cash.
Oh, right, Con. Yeah, can only imagine, man.
One person investing money and burning in off of people's money. And it lost a lot of money and he just killed himself.
Con. So reading on in verse 24, it says, envy and wrath shorten the life, and carefulness bringeth age before the time. Right? So envy and wrath shorten the life. So you can't be envious and wrathful all the time, right? These things may come upon you every now and then, right? Given situations. Once again, like the ocean tide, let it wash up and then let it wash back out. You don't want to hold on to it because if that happens, you get caught in the undertow. If you get caught in the undertow in the ocean, it's not a fun thing, especially if you're young. It's like you're trying to get to the ocean, you can see it right there, but it's like, I'm stuck, you know? So it's like that can happen when it comes to these powerful emotions like this if they are used for wrong. It's something that's not constructive.
Fearfulness?
Yeah, I'm about to talk about the second part now. I was just talking about the first part. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me just finish this. It says, "And carefulness bringeth age before the time." So nothing wrong with being careful, right? Nothing wrong with checking things out. But at the same time, kind of like what we were talking about before in verse 21, where it says, afflict not thyself in thine own counsel. It's like, yeah, you want to do as much research as you can, but don't overkill it. When it comes to like making a decision about something, go as far as you can, but don't like destroy yourself where you can't find out certain things. Try to find as much as you can with as much time you have allotted, and then make the choice because you don't want to get caught in what they call analysis paralysis, right? Which, believe me, is not fun. So same thing here where it talks about carefulness bringing age before the time, right? Because you can cross T's, dot I's, get the magnifying glass out, right? But do it, enough to where, okay, everything is, clear as far as you can see, and then the rest you just have to put in the Most High's hands at that point. Because now it's like you're just really becoming nitpicky, and that can destroy you if you're super nitpicky about every little thing.
Right. You have in verse 23, it's almost like when sometimes you have to encourage yourself when you fall into a deep situation that can overcome your courage. Right? It's almost like you have to encourage yourself, motivate yourself to get back on track. And remove resentment kind of like far away from you, almost like distracting yourself, create your own entertainment, find ways to go out or something with your friend, but not do wickedness, but find a way to distract yourself from that situation. Almost like create your own entertainment so that you can regain your confidence and get back on track because you don't want to fall into that situation. Because sometimes you get those things that are tough to deal with, but you would have to create situation where go out to the movies, go out for a walk, go out and have fun and have some positive conversation just to drive away that grief that you have that's kind of like tough to deal with.
This is what hobbies are for, right? Like you said, knit something if you knit. Write a song if you're a writer. Compose a song if you compose something. Paint a picture.
Yeah. Just like David, when he was on the run, right? He's in the bush and a song.
Yeah, He created some pretty awesome songs too, and they were filled with pain. It's crazy because in the music industry, they do the same thing but on the left-hand side. See, David did it on the run from Saul, before the Lord. But then with the music industry, especially like the hip hop and the trap music, that's what they do there. It's like we gotta find a person who's been through the worst, right, in the system, right? And that person's gonna be the one that people identify with, You're gonna write a song about, burying their dead homies, you know what I mean, over gang stuff. And they'll write a song, and then even when the song is they're rapping, you kind of hear it in their voice where it's like it starts getting real as they talk about it. You got the guys listen to it when they, in their car, they're crying too with the brother because it's like they done buried their homies too. They're just like, yeah, that's why I F with so and so, man. He knows what it's about, man. He's been through it, man. He knows. So it's like they'll use that and they'll say, see, this is good art. This is good art, entertainment. See, it captures the pain, the suffering. Because that's the whole thing about artists. They know that's like part of their angle to really be successful is the way they connect with their audience. That's what made Eminem so big, right? Because he's able to connect with the Esau that's on that wave that he's on. You know what I mean? In ways that other artists couldn't. It's like, wow, Eminem, he's the GOAT. He's this, he's that. He had lyrical talent, but then he could connect on an emotional level. And not to go too long on it, but that's where Tupac's appeal comes in a lot too, because he wasn't say a better lyricist than Biggie, but his songs were like more like emotionally connecting, where he would like paint a picture and tell a story that would take you there if you'd never been there. And if you were there, he would bring it right back to life for you.
It's almost like when you're at a concert and you have the artist singing and everybody's raising their hand, and it's almost like you're at church. They're leading you to a service.
Exactly what it is.
They're leading you to a worship. The devil worshiping. You don't even know it.
That's what's Kanye was his thing called with the choir, the Kanye choir. Yeah, but here's I think they have a name, right?
It's pretty much worship. It's a devil worship, and people just think it's just music.
You try to capture that pain. But yeah, envy and wrath shorten the life, and carefulness bringeth age before the time. And then finally, verse 25 says, "The cheerful and good heart will have a care of his meat and diet." So that's pretty good too. You see even the world adopting this, right? We see a lot of these YouTube channels talking about, fitness and food consumption and, planning your meals for your week, stuff like that. Exercise, and it's like a big move to be physically fit that you see, improving your diet. And you see even with being a nutritionist, right? Getting that certification, like that sets you apart. It's where it's still kind of crazy to me to where You have most MDs that don't, they may have taken nutrition, but they're not certified when it comes to nutrition. But they are certified to diagnose your symptoms. They do that very well. When it comes to doctors actually like knowing about real nutrition, it's like, you mean to tell me they're not training doctors that know nutrition? But they know what pill to pop, right? And how many, right? They can diagnose that symptom very well according to the, what's that, DSM model, and they can tell you, you got this disorder, that disorder, right? Go to this P psychiatrist and get this and get that. I'm just like, wow, they really done hijack the healthcare system through and through. The FDA, the healthcare, the big pharma, they done hijack the whole thing to where now even doctors are drones. You know, and certain doctors that get it, they get it, but they know most of their colleagues. They just, because, you know.
Right? You say that to doctors, I would say for everything. Right?
Mm-hmm.
For everything, they just focus on the symptom. As opposed to the real body. When they focus on racism, they focus on the symptom as opposed to the real problem. Going to the real problem is what we talk about slavery, identity,
Right.
Who we are as a people, why we're in the condition. That's going to the cause and effect,
Right.
As opposed to focus on the symptom. Anything in Black Lives Matter, it's all symptoms.
Absolutely. Yeah, I only focus on the health because of the verse, but it could definitely be applied to other things. I agree. Absolutely. But that's kind of the game anyway, right? Because they don't want us to really look at the parts of how they fit into a whole. They want you to go to school, get advanced degrees so that your focus is narrow, so that you become howbeit a more educated slave, but you can help us in niche areas, right? But don't worry about the big picture and where all this is heading. Just focus on your little silo and do your best there in that particular part. Just focus on that. We'll deal with the big picture stuff. Don't worry about it. It's kind of like, you guys remember that movie called Cube? It was like a thriller where these people, like these different people had different backgrounds. One guy was a cop, another one was like a student. Another person had like it was like an escape artist, but they were all trapped in like this thing. It was like a big cube with these different rooms. Each room had different traps. They had to figure out what the traps are and not die in the thing. Eventually they realized, wow, we've been handpicked based on our skill sets. We got to work together to get out of this thing. But that movie is interesting because it kind of dealt with those same issues. Because one of the guys I think that was in the movie, I think that was like his job. He like designed a part of it. He was like, he's like, I don't even know the whole thing. He's like, this whole cube is like, this whole like matrix is like much bigger than what I know. All we know is just pieces. So it's just that whole idea is interesting, but we know when it comes to the powers that be, that's how they do it. They don't want you looking at the big picture. They want you to focus on the tree despite the forest. So we finally come to an end. We usually try to keep it around 4 hours, at least for Ecclesiasticus. We're actually at 5 hours and 30 minutes. But yeah, hope everybody was edified. Remember this Monday sundown, we got the second new moon coming in, so be mindful for that. I know most of you that are watching now, you guys probably already got the text message anyway, but just remember that we have the second new moon coming in. And no, Monday. Yeah, the 10th is sundown. So most highs will, we'll talk to everybody then, because that's going to be the next time we get together before we get to the Tuesday class. And I guess I'll say also just keep folks in prayer. I know you put the prayer up last night, but just keep folks in prayer as far as different things you may be dealing with, different afflictions, right? Other temptations, lusts and doctrines. Definitely keep folks in prayer that Khan set the prayer for last night that we're dealing with different types of illnesses and things like that. So keep those prayers going up that the Most High hear them and that He honor them, right? As we're His willing servants, right? And that we don't feel shy about petitioning for those things that we know we can help us with. So with that, we'll say a Shar Shabbat, as we're still on the Sabbath. Most High's will talk to everybody Monday sundown, right? Yeah. And with that, we'll do the closing prayers. So, Laila Tawab. Manachat Tawab Yasharala, since we're in the afternoon. I'll say all praise to the Most High in Christ by way of the Holy Spirit, as always. Without them, none of this will be possible. Shalom. Barakateh Hawa by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Asheranah, and now Parya Gapan, Tuara Amman. Lai Hawa by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Ach, Yasharal. English translation. If I can find it, geez Louise. Blessed are you, Yahweh, and in Yahweh Shai, that gives us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Oh, man.
I was wondering too. I was looking to see if anybody was on it. Nobody on. You talking the conference line, right?
Yeah, but I was on too. But I guess I hung up on both. Let me log back in just in case. Folks listening.
Welcome and thank you for choosing. If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait and you will be joined into the conference.
I had Pathat Mawak on three-way.
Star now. Otherwise, please wait and you will be joined into the conference.
All right, so folks listening on teleconference, if you're watching also, you can dial back in. We're on the teleconference again in case you got disconnected. All right, we'll continue on with the ending prayers. Amadwa, Panyaway Roshlam, Stand Face Jerusalem. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aitha, Yamyan, Aitha, Shalak, Maika Allah, Waha Allahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shamar Ayel, Barak, Rapab, Magan, Wa Chazayak, Banya, Yasha'ala, Wa Shalak, Lanawa, Rabiam, Kakama, Rabiam, Da'if, Rabiam, Bayanah, Rabiam, Sabalanwa, Rabiam, Amawan, Rabiam, Aqua, Rabiam, Ahabiam, Rabiam, Haganah, Rochanaya, Wasalak, Kal, Katayanawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwath, Yasha'ala, Thamyad, Waiwalam, Ba'asham, Yahawashah, Thawada, Aman. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. Send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Wayasha'ala, Wabat Yasaparim, Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books, or the school. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So once again, we'll say, Shar Shabbat, a happy Sabbath, Wa Manakah Tawa, or good afternoon. Most times we'll talk to everybody in the new moon coming up this Monday, Sunday. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.